Let's see if it's coming through. You check Facebook, I'll check YouTube.
Injuries. They can happen on any play. They can change a game, a season, and even a career. Coaches, players, and trainers do their best to prevent them, but they happen. For the Central Rebels and Potosi Trojans, injuries have played a significant role in their adventures this year, forcing unseasoned players into big-time Friday night roles. Who has enough left in the tank to pull off the victory? Find out next as Chad Speaker, Jake Whitener, and Mike Reeves have the call. Jacob Towers and Wyatt Colley are ready as well, and Greg Allen joins us for a Midseason Knuckleball Prime Time pregame show for the ages. It's time for Week 6, now on Parkland Sports Live.
Ready to roll up your sleeves and dive into a hands-on career? Mineral Area College is ready for you. Their Mac Tech industry and technology programs are all about getting to work and making things happen. Whether you thrive on fixing, building, or just plain problem solving, they've got a pathway for you. Welding, HVAC, auto tech, construction, and more. You'll gain the practical skills and real-world experience needed to thrive in today's job market. Take the first step to a fulfilling career in a Mac Tech program. Apply today at mineralarea.edu.
The Department of Mental Health for the state of Missouri is seeking an advanced practice nurse to fill a position on their East-Southeast Regional Forensics mobile team. This position includes daytime travel, a flexible work schedule with remote work options available, at a salary of $130,000 annually, and tremendous benefits. This opening will not last long. To apply for the advanced practice nurse position or any other with the Department of Mental Health, please call 573-218-6800 or go to dmh.mo.gov. The state of Missouri is an equal opportunity employer. We celebrate diversity and are committed to creating an inclusive environment for all employees.
With You Choose Rewards and your Ozarks Federal Debit MasterCard, you can earn points with every swipe of your card. Redeem your points for cash or something from a vast online catalog. Visit YouChooseRewards.com to register. Ozarks Federal, member FDIC.
You'll love the food at the Riverside Grill in downtown Park Hills. Like homemade chicken and dumplings on Wednesdays, meatloaf on Thursdays, and all-you-can-eat catfish, chicken, and shrimp on Fridays. Or enjoy the open-faced beef and fried chicken on Sundays. The Riverside Grill opens 7 days a week, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Amazing food awaits at the Riverside Grill, downtown Park Hills.
Halfway through the 2024 high school football season, coming to you on Knuckleball Prime Time live from the barn. We bring you this high school football mid-season roundtable. I'm Greg Allen, joined alongside a lot of the guys that are bringing you coverage this season on the Parkland Sports Live in conjunction with the Parkland Podcast. Chad Speaker in-house, as well as Jake Whitener, who's been on color, and a little inside joke to start, the nicest looking of the quartet. Mike Reeves alongside, and got Chad Winch, our producer and engineer. Good to have everybody alongside as we bring you week-to-week coverage of high school football, getting ready for Potosi and Central this week in Week 6. Guys, we'll just kind of talk about the first half of the season, kind of recap what's been going down, what you've liked, what you haven't liked, and then we'll kind of segue into the back half of the high school football season. But great to sit alongside with everybody. This is kind of a neat setup. I like this. This is awesome.
Is this your first time to the barn, Greg?
It is my first time to the barn. It's kind of cool. I know.
Cool.
I've seen you talk to a couple of players this season from the barn, Chad, and this is a lot bigger than it plays in the videos that you see when you're the viewer. I'll tell you that.
It's just always good to get a new outlook and perspective on things, put a bunch of people in the same room, talk about the same topics, and see how many different opinions there are or how many are the same. I think that's always fun to do.
Jake, you been here before?
Yeah, we did Fredericktown interview last week. So that was my, besides the introductory into the barn this year, with the opportunity to be around you guys. So third time in.
Well, 5 weeks into the high school football season, I know it's been a lot of fun for me personally, and it's been neat hanging out with you guys and doing different stuff. I know, Chad, we had you down in Jackson on the sideline, got a chance to work with you this season, and I think coming up on Friday as we get you pregame coverage, you might be watching this for Week 6 pregame coverage. It's Potosi and Central. I think you've got that one, Chad, and I'll be behind the mic for 7 and 8. And then back to Chad Speaker for Week 9 with Farmington Central. But let's talk about the three kind of main coverage teams that we've seen most throughout the season in the broadcast games. And we'll start with the one we got coming up on Friday in the 4-1 Central Rebels and Corey Schweiss's group. They're the kings of the overtime, right? A double overtime win, a triple overtime win. I know I watched that game, Chad, that you called that slop thing down in Fredericktown. That was a mess, but Central got away by the skin of their teeth.
We had a lot of, most of us had fun. One of us got rained on, but that's as good a game and as fun a game, even with the rain, as I've been at in a few years. And the storylines were part of it. The defending state champions, that's always fun to cover. And then, a team that's trying to gain some traction in Fredericktown that just kept fighting. And we learned pretty early on, Jake, that Fredericktown was going to have enough to challenge Central at the line of scrimmage. Then we learned later in the game that Fredericktown was going to have the athletes to make some big plays. And then as it just went on, the second overtime rolls around and essentially Central kind of wills their way to victory in that one. But to me, that's kind of a microcosm of what I'm seeing in the first half of the season. I think the bottom of our area is better than it has been. And I think the top maybe not quite as good as it has been. I see a lot more parity this year, guys. And you can kind of see it with the Frederick-Towns playing Central, St. Vincent beating Valley, and then the very next week, St. Vincent's down 19-0 to Perryville, who has, kind of struggled to have a great season. And St. Vincent went on to win that game. But, Potosi starts out the season with a win out of area against St. Clair. So I kind of like the parity. I don't know for sure what's going to happen week to week. It's kind of a best guess scenario.
Well, I think you said it best. This is a season where the ceiling isn't set as high as what it was last year. Some of the teams around here had such a high ceiling to reach for that the floor was, that much further down, where it seems like that sandwich effect is kicking in with all the teams this year.
And Jake, I'm glad you brought up the way that you said it. Just because we say that the ceiling's not as high as it was, part of that's because of where it was. There's still good teams. We still see good teams. We don't have, at this juncture, from what we've seen, and we haven't seen every team in the area, we haven't seen yet the elite, high-level, off-the-charts team, and we saw that, Central won a state championship, so obviously we saw it last year. But I do believe that the floor, as you guys were talking about, is certainly higher than it was. And that makes for fun weeks every week, because you really don't always know what's going to happen, because nobody thought, going back to the game that you were talking about, Chad, nobody thought we're going to go to Fredericktown and watch them go toe-to-toe with Central for 3 overtimes. Nobody thought that was possible. And with those scenarios we just discussed, that's why they're happening.
We saw a one-score game for much of the second half, Farmington and Jackson. Jackson has run away with that series for most of the last about decade and a half. Hillsborough lost some tremendous talent, but yet they're still kind of, trying to hang on and fight to stay on top of that thing. But then Festus beats them by a touchdown. I think Festus might have a little bit better defense maybe than we've seen in past years, and maybe enough offense as they stay undefeated. So I kind of agree with you, Mike, that I think it does make it maybe a little bit more fun week to week.
Well, that floor you guys are kind of talking about, that the teams that have been kind of on that floor, you look at the records of the 10 teams in the MAFC and the other two kind of area teams that we sort of focus on in Farmington and Perryville, nobody's sitting with just one win. Nobody's winless. Right. And the ones that you sort of historically have really struggled, Fredericktown, Windsor, DeSoto, those would be the three I would kind of pick. They've all got 2 wins or more, and Windsor started out the season really rock solid with a couple of wins in 3 of their first 4 weeks. They were sitting 3-1 at one point. So these teams that, to Jake's point, that the floor it's kind of a moving bar, right? They're always moving the goalposts, so to speak. Those teams in the bottom have really come up, and there's, like you said, not one runaway team. Festus is the only undefeated team, 5-0. I mean, Central's going to have a good schedule. Valley Catholic's going to have a good schedule. But Festus is kind of the lone dog sitting 5-0, and everybody else is just kind of right there in a big pack.
Had a chance to see DeSoto against North County, and well, yeah, you guys were there too. And North County took care of business that night, but we saw some playmakers that DeSoto had that we haven't seen maybe in a few years. They took it over the top a few times. Okay, well, maybe DeSoto has a few guys now, maybe make a few explosive plays. I know Rush Schmidt feels a lot better about their offseason. He feels better about the weight room stuff, the nuts and bolts of a team. So, he's going to build it that way with some power football, but they've got some explosive guys up there too.
Well, I think that's the most important thing to say is you talked about the Fredericktown Central game, DJ Baca, Derek Irby being able to stretch the field, which is something that hasn't happened in the past few years, the Drummond kid from DeSoto being able to get behind North County secondary. It does make you as a coaching staff, though, sit down and actually game plan for these teams that we keep saying the floor is coming up. There's no undefeated team in the MAFC sitting right now where you're trying to catch and chase. So that's probably the biggest thing to see is the improvements that these underdog teams are having and to see the growth that their coaches are making.
And I'm glad, Chad, that you brought up the defense from Festus because Greg, you and I had a chance last year to see Festus on a number of occasions.
Yeah, we saw him a lot.
We noted very early in the season, this defense is pretty darn good, and a lot of those guys all returned, and now that's probably the reason that they're rolling along the way that they are. They do have some quality players on offense. I remember some of those that returned, but, man, if you can defend in this sport, makes a world of difference if you can get out there, hold teams in check, and you don't have to score 30 or 40 every night. I think Festus is a legit threat. I really do, and I'm probably a little biased by how much we got to look at him last year.
Well, we're kind of hopping around a little bit, but Festus, you look at their opponents and who they've played, they've held 3 to single digits, and they've got 2 other blowout wins. The closest win was by 20. Matt, that's a pretty good slate midway through the season, sitting 5 games in. My question to you guys with that Fredericktown team, and you talked about the talent, Chad, that Fredericktown's got, I guess part of this is spending 22 years in the area and hearing all these coaches come through a number of these spots, like a Fredericktown, like a DeSoto. I'm going to be the guy to turn it around, right? I mean, you and I, Chad and Mike, have heard that from before. And one of those guys is sitting at the end of the table, by the way.
Right.
But did you get a sense that it was legit? Like, if you look at Fredericktown, they're 2-3. The wins have come over a winless Herculaneum bunch, and they beat a 12-0 Potosi team that right now is 2-3. Granted, they took Central, the defending state champs, to double overtime, different Central team, and then the loss to Valley Catholic and a loss to a 4-1 Perryville group.
Well, it just didn't feel fluky. That's the thing, is that they didn't stay in that game because of 3 muffs, and a couple of picks, and what they stayed in it because, like we talked about, they were tough up front to begin with, showed the athletes that could make big plays, and by the way, missed a 48-yard field goal in the driving rain by maybe 3 feet that would have won the thing in regulation. So all 3 phases, they're doing some good things there. I just didn't feel fluky. It felt like this is a team with some bona fide improvement too.
And Jake, one thing I love about what you're able to do, because I sensed it that night you were watching them, you see more than just the score on the board, and you see the development and some of the things that's trying to get done with the program. How good a job is Steve Williams doing there?
Hands down. I mean, he has turned that program around. I would like to say I had a part in it, but I'm not taking that. It's all Steve. You have to lay that foundation. Steve has done a great job with it. And you look at the improvements, being able to play multiple different players as starters. You get in a program like that struggled, you may only find 12 dudes that you want to base your hat on. How many times, being a 2-3 team, do you have 2 linemen, a center, and a starting right guard that are 160 pounds or less, and be able to go toe-to-toe with Central? And, you even go back to week 1 against Perryville. If they played the same mentality they played against Perryville, Perryville's not 4-1, and neither is Fredericktown 2-3. And you look at the grit that they had, the confidence, the poise. The only thing that hurt them, obviously the weather, trying to kick that field goal. But then you also look at the fact that they ran the inside post route how many times and were successful. Jackson Jones had enough because that kid was dead at the end of that game. He'd had enough of playing football that night and intercepted that last pass. Steve Williams has done a phenomenal job turning that thing around in just 2 seasons.
Well, Chad, like you're talking about, one of the biggest things that we heard this for years, the Chuck Ford days, going back to that, they just got beat up front. And if they're doing things now that they can hang up front, that changes everything else that's going on the field around it. I mean, we all, the 4 of us know it all kind of starts up front in high school football, and if you get manhandled on the line, it's going to be a long night. And we've seen that many a year from Fredericktown. So I'm happy to hear you say, because I wasn't physically at that game. I had to watch it, as you guys called it, and Mike endured the rain down on the field. But it's nice to hear that Fredericktown may be getting things trending in the right direction on the line.
You gave me a couple of jumping off points. I wanted to mention this because we're talking about Fredericktown. A tip of the cap to Kent Gibbs. He just earned his 200th win. And by the way, he went in the Hall of Fame 20 years ago. He had 119 wins then. So after the Hall of Fame, he's had 81 more wins so far. He's down at Cape now, but long-time Frederick guy, Sykeston, and to tell you the truth, you won't meet a better gentleman in the game of football than Kent Gibbs. He always had a nice word about the other team, a very respectful guy, and so good job by Kent right there. And then something that you said, Greg, there is building from the trenches. I wanted to talk a little bit about North County because I think they're one of the more improved teams in our area this year. North County was close last year, but they were a little bit young. They returned their linemen, and they lose a quarterback to transfer. What are you going to do? Well, let's bring in a sophomore who feels like a good athlete, and they've got a couple of kind of quick guys that run the ball for them. They have a couple of guys that run hard, but the consistency with them is in the lines, and Brian Jones didn't change a thing. Like he said, no, we're going to play power football. That's what we do. Mm-hmm. And I was very impressed with them week one, and I'll just be honest. I thought Farmington was going to win that game. I did. I thought they were probably going to be the better team, and North County was clearly the better team in that matchup. Then they went on to win on the road at Rolla, which was a nice win. They played good against a team from Illinois. That was a tough team. They were up in the fourth quarter. I think they got Farmington at the right time. I think Farmington's improving too, but I think nice job by Brian Jones. To me, North County is a much improved team.
Well, sticking with that, up front and where football games are won and lost, to be honest with you, we talked about it for years. Brian Jones knew coming in that's going to be our strength. Mm-hmm. And he told us that early in the year, so we kind of knew what that was going to be. But I know Eric Kruppe is starting to be really pleased with his guys up front, and that wasn't an absolute known commodity going in. And after I talked to him after the rain-soaked Sykeston game this past week, and his basic comment, paraphrasing, was that was kind of our young, we didn't know for sure. They're starting to know for sure because that game, they didn't put the ball in the air with the weather condition being what they were. And how big is that you can just say, we can run and we can still beat you 45-6 and we don't have to use any other part of our game. Your guys up front got to get the job done to do that.
They've got three guys that average between 80 and 98 yards rushing a game. Yep. And that means the line's getting it done. And it also talks about the fact that they're hitting on all three phases of their option. Now you've got McLean up the middle. You've got Dry, the quarterback, who takes it on that second level. And they've found their home run hitter in McCarthy. When he gets to the edge, you can't catch him anymore.
I also think that gives you another versatile option, though, is you have your three phases, but you have to remember there's always that extra wing in the game. So when you start overplaying play side against a triple option team, you've always got to sink in the back of your head as a defensive coordinator. There's four guys that can touch the ball on this if we're not throwing it. And you have that other guy in your counter game of Connor Rice, who has been a pretty good athlete for them over the years. But now as you start to see McLean find his running room up the middle again, because we've had some weeks where, and I'll even date it back to past seasons, he comes in as a phenomenal freshman, outstanding sophomore, and then last year kind of dwindled a little bit with Brett Dry taking a lot of the reps. And then you also look at the fact that Brett Dry's out with injury, so Tatum Tinsley comes in. There's really a four-headed monster there, and Connor Rice is kind of a hidden gem. But I really think they've found their game again, as you said, in sophomore Josh McCarthy. I mean, to see a sophomore be able to turn a corner on a very quick Sykeston team, I know the turf was wet, but to see him to be able to take the pitch 7 yards back, still find the corner on offside tackle, I mean, I think you're right. I think Farmington's starting to find their groove here.
Jake Whitener, Chad Speaker, Mike Reeves, and yours truly, Greg Allen, bringing you the Midseason Roundtable, Knuckleball Prime Time live from the barn. Farmington sitting 3-2 with wins over St. Clair, Poplar Bluff, and Sykeston. The losses have come to North County in the opener, and then Jackson. And I know that, Chad, you were down in the field sideline for us that night that they played at Jackson, and I was pleased to hear that Eric Kruppe was so positive afterwards, because I know Mike and I were really wondering where that conversation was going to go. Like you said earlier, that was a toggle between 1 to 2 score game all the way through that fourth quarter. They just couldn't get that sort of extra possession, which is why they tried the onside kick. But I think the way they competed at a place nobody does well, right, at Jackson. I think Farmington is set up to really have a great second half run, sitting 3-2 right now.
There was more positive to take out
Absolutely.
of it. And I think Eric Kruppe saw that. They just couldn't get a stop, right, in that ball game. But how'd they respond? Well, they took care of business the next week against the Sykeston team they should have taken care of business against. But as Mike said, I don't think they attempted a single passing play. So they just went ahead and flattened their opponent that night, which is what they should have done. And they do kind of, Jake, like Jake said, they do appear to be a team gaining traction and maybe getting on a little roll here. We'll see.
Well, I think it comes with a little bit of confidence. You've got some young guys stepping up. You've got some new offensive linemen in that spot. But going back to you guys being, number one, playing in the pit at Jackson, that's not easy for anybody. And you finally settle your wits about you as a team, and you don't have a 3-score deficit that you're trying to climb out of, I mean, you may finally, for the first decade, come out ahead of Jackson in that situation. I mean, it was the same thing with Fredericktown against Central. You got your confidence about you because you hung with the team that you weren't supposed to hang with. So that it gives you that little bit of foundational stepping stones to know we are where we need to be, and we just got to push through and endure.
And we've been talking a lot about Farmington. Just one more comment. Eric Kirby quick to point out post-game after the Sykeston game, like, we can throw the ball. We just didn't tonight because of conditions, and we didn't need to. We had a runaway win. I think he wants to make sure it's well known. We got confidence. Quarterback can put it in the air when we need to do it. It wasn't necessary tonight. Guys,
the 2-minute drill at the end of the first half of Jackson, I thought, demonstrated that as much as anything.
Well, I know we've been sitting here, Greg, Chad, Jake, and I know some of our Park Hills contingents probably going, we won a state championship last year, and these guys can't even talk about us.
We're covering them this week.
We're getting there. We're gonna see them this week. But let's be honest. I don't know. There's a couple of things I'm wondering about Central. One, Corey Schweiss is going to tell everybody, guys, this isn't the state championship team. This is a different team. However, they found a way to win 4 of their 5 football games. So how much do you put stock in? Hey, it may not be the same team, but here they go winning a lot of football games again.
Owensville, Jefferson, Fredericktown, and St. John, and they only lost 38-7 to a St. Dominic team that I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about. Potosi in Week 6, that's the game you might be watching this pregame for that one. Courtesy of the Parkland Sports Live in conjunction with the Parkland Podcast. I know Chad will have the call of that one. But I listened to your guys' call with the Fredericktown game, and my one worry is, are they going to get Jackson Jones killed? Because, I mean, he was the team that night. 811 yards passing, 6 touchdowns, 6 picks on the season, but 622 yards rushing, 11 touchdowns. The other guy, Karis Foster, 4 touchdowns on the ground with 367 yards. There's just, statistically speaking, that's it for Central. There's not multiple sort of people. And I know that Fredericktown game, it was just Jackson Jones. And if it's not Jackson Jones, it's Jackson Jones. But like you said, Mike, they found a way to win games, and that's what it matters. That's what it comes down to.
And one other thing to add related to Jackson Jones is you gave the numbers there, but he never leaves the field either because he's having to be one of the better defenders as well. And I do know, being on the sideline for the game that night, there were times that you could, helmet comes off for the rare time he comes to the sideline, and you can see that, whoa, I mean, he's given all he's got. He got frustrated on a couple of occasions because that game wasn't going the way they wanted it to for a little while. But a competitor, let's just say that's a good way to describe him. But there are some good reasons, Greg, to be concerned that, I mean, I know last year's always going to be in our minds, but they could go, it felt like 100 different directions last year, and everybody was skilled and could get the job done. They don't have that kind of threat this year.
But I think what they do have is they have one of the coaches in the area, to me, that excels at putting his talent in the best position to win. And he, like you said, he knows he doesn't have the guys from last year, and so they can't do it the same way. He's got some young guys like Gage Toomey, August Black, who are really good athletes, but might not be ready for that load yet. By the end of the year, maybe they will be ready for some more. So Jackson does kind of have to drag them along a little bit, maybe, while some of the other guys maybe get ready a little bit. And not only does he get tired because he plays all the time, he's played 5 overtimes already too. So that's a heavy load. But I think Central's kind of shown the heart of a champion, though, because they've been in tough spots, and you get down to the second and the third, and they win. And that is kind of the bottom line on that.
Well, I think just coming from the coaching side of what I foresee this week, you have a Potosi team that's down due to injuries. They start the season winning 2. They've lost the last 3. They endured an injury that took out part of their run game. Jackson's probably in a situation this week, if I had to guess. I mean, I'm not comparing myself to Coach Schweiss. Never will do that. Much more intelligent man than I. But this is also a week where Jackson maybe gets a little bit more healthy. Hopefully early in the game you can have an opportunity to maybe release a little pressure on him, get some other dudes in the game if it forgoes the way that it maybe could go by stats and rosters right now. But then you also look at something, the added pressure of Jackson. We're watching the Jefferson Central game early this season, and you see Corey Schweiss' son go out with injury, who was a big, dominant player to help them, both corner and offensively. So, I mean, you're getting to that midpoint of the season, which I know is a big part of why we come together and talk about this, but your roster depth changes everything now, moving forward over these next 4 games to set you up for Game 5 down the road now.
I talked to a coach today from Potosi, and they are injured, and their best player, he said, is a game time. To say Noah Walton, they really rely on him a lot, and so we don't know about him. He said he knows two things about his team right now: they're young and they're injured. Yeah. And so I think he likes the effort, and I think he likes the talent. Their quarterback, David Miller, is a freshman, and he went on and on about the talent of David Miller and what he can do. But he did always kind of come back. He's a freshman. When you have a freshman at quarterback, you're going to kind of inevitably have those growing pains.
And as we talk about Park Hills and Central, one thing that jumped out to me 2 weeks ago, I looked at it and I wanted to see how it played out. Because they're not in a district that scares you to death either. That kind of might make a little bit of difference. You've got an undefeated Dexter team in that district, but everybody else that's in that district, I was taking a look at it earlier, but St. John, Fredericktown, Potosi, Herculaneum, Kennett, there's nobody on there that Central's going to go into a game thinking, probably not going to go our way. Don't know much about Dexter other than the record. I know in recent years Central's had their way with Dexter, but totally different teams. I know that can be the case. But we do have teams that we see a lot of that their districts, they've got teams in there that they can look, if they be honest, and go, we're in trouble. That team X, team Y, that's going to cause us some issues when we get to district time. Well, and I look no further than Farmington's
got that, right?
Farmington's got it. Cardinal Ritter is in their district. I don't know. Anybody knows about Cardinal Ritter sitting around, not in our table in our group here that's watching, they're off the charts. They're considered a nationally ranked type team.
That game they played in New Orleans, they went down and won.
Okay, yeah. They're traveling to New Orleans to play a regular season game. If you're Farmington, you've got to be a little realistic and go, chances of winning a district this year are not very high. And we've seen this happen before. We've seen basketball a lot over the years. Fredericktown dealt with it basketball for a ton of years where they'd get the schedule and they'd get their district and they'd go, we're going to Sykeston. Yep. That's who our district is. Mm-hmm. So sometimes your district layout makes a lot of difference because Farmington's got the talent to compete in a lot of districts, but probably not the one that they're in this year as far as the top team goes. So I liked looking at that and thinking with Central's perspective, if they can be healthy and playing pretty well come district time, they're going to feel like they have every right to be a district champ. And if you do that, who knows what you do after that?
We'll talk more about that coming up in the second half of our segment. Central does get a matchup in Week 8 at Dexter, that district leading team. And other than that, Mike, they've already beaten the two teams right behind them in St. John and Fredericktown. You're talking about young quarterbacks and a freshman at Potosi. We'll wrap up this first half, guys, with I was super impressed both times I've seen him with North County's Brady McClure. You talk about turning the reins over to a sophomore. He was silky smooth and unrattled in the Farmington game, which is game one, right? And then a couple of weeks later when they played DeSoto and win 42-14, I didn't think there was anything that fazed him. And you're talking about good running games. Aaron Cook is a beast. You put him and Noah Lashley back there and just turn around. I mean, Aaron Cook's kind of that Peyton Hillis kind of guy, the bruising kind of running back. That's a good little mixture that I think North County's got going. I'm anxious to see what they do in the second half because I think they got some pieces.
I like their makeup. I mean, they don't have thunder and lightning. They've got double thunder and lightning, right? Because you mentioned it with Cook and Lashley, you've got your power game, and then you pair McClure with then Whitfield, because Whitfield also has a little wiggle to him and a little burst. And so they've got a lot of different ways to go there. And really a nice situation for McClure. You bring him in with an experienced offensive line. Take care of this guy for me, right?
Yeah.
And let's get him off on the right foot. And that's exactly what they did.
I think that also helps you having that heavy run game that we continue to see week after week that Brian Jones implements. And he's using his strengths. He uses the strengths at the running back game, his offensive line. But then what that does from a coaching standpoint is it takes pressure off your quarterback when teams continuously see you handing it off. It's like a Farmington mindset. You want to take pressure off Brett Dry, hand the ball to McLean. Hand the ball to McLean. Give it to McCarthy. Dry has time to throw because they're anticipating run. It's the same thing with McClure. As the season goes on, you see these teams playing on run, where he's got a simple play-action rollout, tied in off the end. I mean, he's done a great job, and you're right. McClure doesn't look like a sophomore with his voice. He looks like he's been
a veteran guy.
A veteran guy who's been in the system maybe as a second-year junior. Who's been in the system and understands what Coach Jones is trying to accomplish.
Would you guys agree that a lot of times, too, right now, at this point for him, and this is not a negative comment, and some people take it the wrong way, I think he's a really good game manager. Just if you need a play, he can make one, but he also doesn't make mistakes. And as a quarterback, sometimes That's the most valuable thing you can do. I was just listening to a Caleb Williams press conference today playing in Chicago, and one of the things he said is, if I just take care of the ball, that's 90% of what I have to do here. I got to take care of the ball. He said, I got to quit throwing interceptions and fumbling. And I thought, for some quarterbacks at the high school level, if you're a good game manager, making plays can almost become a bonus. And he does make plays, no doubt about it. But I like him as a manager when I've seen him in person.
It is our midseason high school football roundtable. Need to spruce up your yard? Reynolds Landscaping and Lawn Care has you covered, whether it's mowing your lawn, landscaping, installing paving stones, or creating beautiful raised beds for your home. Shane Reynolds and his team has it all handled. From yard drains and cleanups to berms, edgers, and custom paver patios, they've got the expertise to transform your outdoor space. Get a quote today. Shane Reynolds at 573-516-2387 for all your lawn and landscaping needs. 516-2387, a proud supporter of local high school sports at Reynolds Landscaping and Lawn Care. More coming up. Knuckleball Prime Time live from the barn with our high school football midseason roundtable.
Lincoln Street Creamery in downtown Deloge is a family-owned and operated business with a passion for creating delicious food that ignites happiness. The dedication to quality and flavor drives them to handcraft hearty meals and sweet treats to satisfy every craving. Lincoln Street has floats, shakes, sundaes, splits, and other delicious creations. Go to LincolnStreetCreamery.com to see the menu and hours and fuel your sweet treat craving. Lincoln Street Creamery in downtown Deloge. Follow them on Facebook today.
Hi, my name is Jonas, and I go to St. Joseph in Farmington. My friends in the St. Joseph Youth Group are planning another mission trip to Belize next July. The group will help rebuild and repair Catholic schools in the country. Just call St. Joseph Catholic Church in Farmington for more information. And don't forget about the drive-through chicken fry on Sunday, October 6th, right outside the school cafeteria. Chicken, sides, and desserts for just $10 a plate. Help the St. Joe Youth Group help other young Catholics in Belize by supporting their mission trip.
Fuel up your vehicle and body at Potosi Golf on Middle Street in Potosi. Potosi Golf has an almost 5-star rating with Gas Buddy, so you know they keep their gas prices low. Couple that with great deals on food and drinks, and Potosi Golf can become your first and last stop of the day. Conveniently located near Highway 8 and 47, you can always get in and out quickly. Fill her up at Potosi Golf.
Second half of our midseason roundtable on Knuckleball Prime Time live from the barn. Might be watching this for high school week 6 coverage, getting ready for Potosi and Central from Park Hills. Great to have you with us on Parkland Sports Live in conjunction with the Parkland Podcast. We'll kind of wrap up the first half of the season. Anything surprise you? We haven't talked a lot about teams like Windsor, Perryville, Hillsboro's kind of back to earth at 2-3. Valley Catholic's just doing Valley Catholic things. And St. John at 3-2. We haven't hit on those teams a lot. Anything jump out and in that kind of that group to the panel?
I think Hillsboro, Greg, I think they're continuing to challenge themselves because they're still playing a schedule.
They are. It's nuts.
That as if they still have Division I middle linebackers. And they have good players.
Yeah.
But their huge run of lots of really great players, that might have been moving on a little bit, but that might help them later in the season because Hillsborough is always a good, hardworking ball club.
Well,
that
the
has a
schedule
few
doesn't get any
athletes.
easier.
Right.
I mean, it started with MICDS
That's
and
the
SLU,
deal.
and they wrap with Chaminade and Poplar Bluff.
See, and that's my point. They might be better than their record, and that might help them come postseason time. Because as Mike was talking about, you take a look at the districts. Some of the districts scare you at the top, some don't. But Festus, Perryville, Hillsborough, North County, Sykeston, DeSoto, Windsor, Hillsborough looks at that thing and says, we can play with anybody and beat anybody. They hung with Festus the first time they played him. So, I think for Hillsborough, I think their best might be yet to come.
And I think they played well enough against Festus from all the reports that I heard that there's no, if they meet them in a district setup, it's not going to be, we lost to them. No, they were right there. So, again, we talk about what district are you in? I think for Hillsborough, they can sit 2-3 and still feel like we can make that run at that. And I think that you can say that for a lot of the teams, but do you guys find it as interesting as I do that and I do it all the time, you kind of did it in your intro, Valley being Valley, they have great records, they do what they do, and we just sit and yawn until state playoff time because we know they're going to have a great regular season, and it's just, what are they going to do once they get to district time? What a great setup that must be for Judd Nager and his group, that you're that good. I know there's some pressure that comes with it, but that's pretty cool to say. We're so good that everybody just waits to see, can we win the state championship or advance deep? But they're doing Valley things again this year.
Their response to their only loss. I think St. Vincent's a good ball club.
I do too.
Their response, like Valley's like, okay, we lost. Now look at what they did. Now they're rolling in the 60s.
Right.
I mean, they obviously that got their attention. And
Kicking the bear, whatever, waking up the bear. Yeah,
I mean,
that may have happened.
The bear, whatever. How about this for parity, guys? I was thinking about this. North County beats Farmington. Then North County gets beat by Hillsborough. Then Festus beats Hillsborough. And I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm saying it could happen. I think the Festus-Farmington matchup later in the year is going to be a really good matchup. Wouldn't be shocked if Farmington won that game, in which case you'd have all those teams just beating each other in a round robin. And to me, that was, as I was kind of thinking about the case for parity around the area and kind of looking forward to the second half of the season, if Farmington is able to beat Festus, you'd have all those teams just beating each other the whole way around.
And not to skip on that, I want to hit on what both of you just said. So back to Hillsborough. Hillsborough has stacked the schedule. They had about a 4-year run of just top-tier names in the local area. But you have to think from the perspective of, if you're playing teams that are down underneath your skill level and you're trying to make that district run with these teams that are in your district, you don't have that confidence going in saying we can beat anybody in our district. So when you start stacking MICDS, SLU, Chaminade in your schedule, and you may be taking one on the chin, how good are you mentally preparing yourself knowing that as you get into district play, those district teams can't compete with your competition in regular season. Go back to Todd Vaughn. Todd Vaughn did the exact same thing with the SEMO North. He was tired of playing the MAFC teams. Let's go to the SEMO North. Let's play Jackson at the pit. Let's see what we're truly made of to start making some playoff runs. And on the flip side, Mike, whenever you're Coach Nager and you have the opportunity to know confidence, we took one on the chin in week 2, but we know we're going to rebound. And it's not this is not the same team. We don't have this last name. We don't have this last name. Yeah, you do, because they all recycle themselves in Valley. But at the same point, you have the confidence in your staff. You have the confidence in your players to know we're going to make a playoff run. We're going to make a conference run. We are who we are, and you've got to compete with Big Blue.
And I think it's really interesting to go back to Hillsborough, but there's so many things that just come into your head while you're sitting here. They are 2-3. All 3 losses are by touchdown.
I was just going to say, that tough schedule you're talking about, Jake, it's not that they got creamed.
No,
I mean,
by no
21-14, 24-17. I mean, tight games against SLU and MICDS.
And go back to the MICDS week 1 that we all shared posts on. That game was in the third quarter, a minute left. Hillsborough has the ball and it gets called for weather. Never even finished a game against MICDS. So you don't know the actual outcome. They could be sitting on the other side of below 500 or losing record right now. We don't know how that game was going to end. Imagine the boost you have coming back. You beat MICDS week 1. What's your schedule going from there?
So I think what you'd be saying, Jake, as a coach as well, 2-3 playing really competitive, tough games against really good people, though the communities don't always see it, and maybe your players have to fight to understand it, is a heck of a lot better than 5-0 with 5 straight 5 touchdown.
That's the most
margins.
important thing, what you just said. Does the mindset, is it understood? You've just lost 3 really good games by less than a touchdown. It's not blowouts. Do your players actually understand the competitive nature that you've put them in to be successful come week 9 and week 10?
And that Festus game at 14-7, I think I misspoke earlier. I said Festus' closest game was by 20. Clearly, that's not the case. They won by 7 last week. Did anybody see what happened in that game? I'll be honest, I did not. In a 14-7 Festus win or 14-7 Festus win over Hillsborough, because that's the one kind of outlier for what Festus and what they've done this year, because everything else has been 50, 60, 34, and 20, and then they get 14 and win by a touchdown.
Well, look, I'm going to look at Hillsborough's numbers against these really good teams, and
that's nobody scored.
None of those elite teams went off on them. They got in the 20s, all right. They didn't go off on them, and those teams, believe me, they put up 50 regularly against subpar competition. So I'm going to look at it that Hillsborough probably defensively was really good.
And we were talking earlier about how good Festus's defense was
so you
earlier.
Get a 14-7 game. I don't think that's odd at all. I really don't, given if you just we haven't seen either team in person, but it's pretty easy to compare stats and look at who's played who. And I think that game being the score that it was shouldn't surprise a lot of people.
Moving forward, Potosi and Central in week number 6. We got Windsor and North County in week 7. We'll see the Raiders again in week 8 with St. Clair coming to town. Wrap it up with what I think is always a good one, Farmington Central. I'm with you, Chad, on that Festus Farmington game in week 8. I think that's going to be and I've talked to Mike for years about this. That's the kind of game I like because, let's be honest, in the long run, there's nothing on the line, right? Okay, maybe a few points in a district seed. Nobody goes home after that game and their season ends.
But it's fun. The communities love it.
And it tells a lot about both clubs, I think.
Players know each other.
We love it.
It's fun. It's fun to broadcast, yeah. I think that's a fun one coming up, Greg, a little bit later on. If you're a Farmington fan, you're going to be scoreboard watching a little bit this week because you've got Jackson and Cape Central playing this week in the SEMO North, so you're not going to have a bearing a little bit on the SEMO North where Farmington resides. And then, as we are kind of talking about the second half of the season and what's coming up next week, you've got Valley and Central. Mm-hmm. And so you never know how that one's going to go. Valley's won the last couple regular season meetings. Central wins the district championship, not this last year, but the year before. So, and then just the storylines, with 2 great programs. In the last 12 years, looked up, Corey Schweiss is averaging 10 wins. Averaging. So that's a full regular season and a playoff game. He's averaging 10 wins over the last 12 seasons. So, he's got that program. It might not be quite to Valley's level where they, they're a threat to win state every year, but God, he's got that program in such good shape.
But I think you're comparing an apple and an orange whenever you're comparing what Valley was in until the championship factor was introduced. And then you have Central, who was always competing with a different level of caliber of teams. And not taking anything away from that program on either end. It is what it is, championship factor. A lot of people have their own opinion on it. But you're correct in the mindset of you get into that bragging rights game pretty much week 9. You don't know how Farmington's going to come off the Festus game. I agree. I think they could edge out Festus this year. I think they've hit their midseason stride to understand it. But on the same token, you get to see, no discredit to any coach in the local area. Judd's a very smart offensive guy, we know that, but when you look at the matchup here, Corey Schweiss is used to be a defensive guy back when he started his career, flips the board, goes over to the offense. You have a very strong offensive-minded coach versus Eric Krupe, who's a very strong defensive-minded coach. So just to see, if you love the game of football, to see the X's and O's, the chess match, you have to get a little excited for that, 7-mile drive to compete against each other.
Central coming up, Potosi, Valley Catholic, Dexter, and Farmington to wrap the regular season. Farmington's got Union, Cape Central, Festus, and Central, and North County. How about the Raiders in week 6 here? At Festus, nice matchup there. Then they'll finish after that, Windsor, St. Clair, and Sullivan. I like the Raiders. That's kind of a statement game, right? If Festus is the team that's rolling, let's see what we got.
And when I talked to Brian Jones early in the year, one of the things was he said, we don't have a week off this year. We don't have that game that every once in a while coaches know. If we play well, we're going to roll in that game as long as we don't make mistakes. And he said, I don't think we have that on the schedule this year. And looking at what they've already played, you see the scores, generally tight games that they played. And then you would think Festus would be a heck of a challenge.
Sure.
So there again, challenging yourself with your schedule. And I think North County's done that too to try to make them as viable as possible coming into the year.
If you want a home game for district time, that could be a big one for North County too. Festus at the top of Class 4 District 1, and North County's kind of right in the middle of that whole thing right now. So if they want a home game or really want to kind of move up in the standings in district right there, that could be a big one for them.
I'm just looking down the list. Festus, you talk about the Tigers sitting at 5-0 right now, kind of leading that North County district. The last team they're going to play here that has a chance to leapfrog them in the district standings, right? Because everybody else, DeSmet, Farmington, Jackson, those teams aren't in their district. So the last chance for somebody to say, hey, we own a head-to-head over the Festus Tigers comes this Friday with Brian Jones and the Raiders.
I think that's going to be a game that, for both coaches, I mean, you're going to find out really what your team's made of. You know, you're hitting the downhill slope side of second part of the season, and if you're Coach Jones, you're going to find out, can your offensive line hang with a team that's undefeated? What's the pressure on that sophomore quarterback going to do? How effective can your run game be? But if you're in the Festus Tigers, you know, you can't underestimate anybody in the second half of the season. You're sitting at 5-0, and you look at the scores, you know, going back to the Hillsboro question, everyone played in a monsoon in the local areas. You know, how much does that 14-7 indicate that it was that close of a game with Hillsboro? Or, as we said, you know, we didn't get to see it. How sloppy was the game? You know, did you have a lot to clean up coming out of week 5 into week 6?
It was probably sloppy. I stood in that monsoon, and it probably was sloppy because it was hard to play clean football that night.
Well, I think that game coming up at Festus is going to be a good test for what we talked about earlier and the North County line up front. Mike, you and I, as we talked earlier, we saw Festus a bunch last year. Yep. And the one thing that impressed me was the defensive pressure that they got on opposing quarterbacks. And I know years are different, but the system's the system. I mean, AJ Ofadale and company, that's kind of what they do, right? And so Brady McClure is going to have a challenge coming up on Friday to see how he can stack up and his line can stack up against a Festus team that usually does a job to get after the quarterback.
And there's nothing Festus is doing this year that surprises either one of us based on the number of looks that we got at them a year ago. And I think it was week 2 last year that we both looked at each other and went, their defense is good.
Yeah.
The defense is really good. Well, they're carrying it right on over. And yeah, they play a lot of tight games, and it's not always easy for them. They'll play some tight games down the stretch, I was thinking. But I think the fact they won the one tight game that they did have, that says something about them, too. I can't wait to see what North County's yardage numbers are against Festus, what the point total is against. I want to see those kinds of things because when you play the elite defenses, you do learn a lot about your offense when you do that.
Let's talk about districts. As we talked about the Central District earlier, Farmington's in that tough one. He got 2 undefeated. Then Cardinal Ritter, the absolute powerhouse at 5-0. Cape Central's 5-0. Farmington right now sits in 3rd. Nobody else of a coverage note in that district. That Class 4 District 1 thing with Festus at the top has Perryville sitting at the 2. How long has it been since Perryville's been a 2 seed in the district?
I was looking at my papers, and that was the team I was going to bring up.
Wow.
Just because Coach Roth had the years of struggle, you know, to get that program where it is. And you go through and you look at their wins and losses, the only loss they had was the St. Vincent, who, keep in mind, beat Valley. And this was a 29-25 game that they lost that they were actually up early in, I believe 13-0 over St. Vincent. You know, you have to look and consider, man, could this be the year that they actually turn the corner, finish above 500, maybe do something into the playoffs this year? Coach Roth has done a good job. I mean, he's stuck with it. You know, he went through thick and thin down there to try to turn the corner. He's finally turned the corner. They have Jefferson this week, which is a game that I got to see Jefferson early this year. Didn't quite hit its stride watching them against Central. But at that point, Central still had a few more weapons, healthier weapons at the point. But at the same point, I mean, you can't go against what Coach Roth is doing to promote these Pirates.
Perryville's record is obviously very good, and their product on the field is good. What's going to hurt them is their schedule strength.
Correct.
If you don't know how postseason in Missouri works, it's all based on this mathematical formula. You gain
magical
points,
mathematical formula.
you gain points as you play games. If you beat this team, you get so many points based on not only your record but their record and their opponents and things like that. So Perryville's played some smaller class teams, and Hillsboro and North County. You've got Hillsboro at 2-3, North County at 3-2, Perryville at 4-1. But yet, if you take a look at the points, you've got North County only 4 points behind Perryville. So there's not a big margin for error for them in terms of holding that spot because of the strength of schedule factor. But that doesn't take away from what they've done on the field, though.
Not at all.
Fair enough to say. though, that Perryville right now, as we sit here, they don't have a win that the computers like. That's kind of the way I'd look at it.
Fredericktown, DeSoto, Bayless, and Grandview. Yeah. Grandview's 3-2. I know they got a winless Herculaneum team coming up in 8. And they got Cuba, traditionally not a power, and not much. We're not going to know much about Marquette Catholic in Illinois. But yeah, that's not a schedule that sits there and screams like, holy cow, look at this win.
Their most impressive to the eye is probably the loss.
Yeah.
St. Vincent.
29-25.
Because they played it tight.
Yeah.
And St. Vincent's got the win over Valley.
I also think, and I'm gonna jump in from a coach that was on a losing program. Whenever you're trying to turn that corner and you can finish the season, you're looking at maybe out of the 4 games, like you said, we don't know anything about Marquette, Catholic, and Illinois. But if you win, say, 3 of these 4 last games, and you put yourself in a situation that even if you do drop in your district standings, I mean, it says something about a community and a school like that I know that we want to see the big, reflective outcomes of winning a conference, winning a district. But for a program that hasn't had a winning season or continues to try to build towards winning programs, it says something just to have a winning record at the end of the season.
So, Jake, let me ask you this. Are we saying, and I think it's okay, are we saying that the type of schedule you have and the way you go about it is completely dependent on what you have in your program at the time? Because we said a moment ago that you could have a program, Hillsboro, that's playing all these powers and getting beat. That's okay, no problem. It's an established program. They've done it before, whereas a Perryville is trying to get back on track.
Correct.
A Fredericktown, for example, or whatever. A winning record against whoever you get it against is going to be a positive. Is that a good way to view it?
I mean, because you look at what you're trying to build with your student athletes. Sometimes it takes a winning program to buy more kids into your program. If you're continuing to be a 1-9 program after the 10 week and you're losing in the first round of districts, how many kids want to continue to get beat up for 15 weeks of their life? Plus the off season. Sometimes it does. I mean, there's 2 perspectives. We come from a winning program. We're going to face the best to be, beaten by the best later in the season, or we've got to do something to maybe, respectfully speaking, lesser of opponents, cupcake the schedule just a little bit to wherever you can get some buy-in from the program, from the community, that we are starting to turn that corner. So yeah, I mean, Mike, it's a double-edged sword. Which way do you want to be a victor? Do you want to be a victor later in the seasons in week 12 and 13? Or do you want to take it at maybe week 10 or 11, get beat first, second round, but you have something to grow on for the future of your program?
Well, let's put this in perspective a little bit for Perryville. They're sitting 4-1, and we're not sitting here knocking them. This is a team that's had 1 winning season since 1999. They went 6-4 in 2017. They've had 3 500 seasons. Blaine Boss in 19, Mike Wojcik in 15, and the other one was in 2006 under Rick Chastain. So this is not a program that is used to sitting 4-1 after 5 weeks, much less we're sitting here talking about, if they win 3 of their last 4, they're sitting, 7-2? Like, just 7 wins for Perryville's like off the charts, right?
Correct.
Now, districts is a different animal, but right now they sit at 2, and then you got some monsters kind of behind them with Hillsboro and North County teams that they think they've got a chance to make some noise. Sykeston, DeSoto, and Windsor after that. That Central District, is that thing just Dexter and Central, and everybody else is vying for just a spot in the semis?
You got Fredericktown that went to double overtime.
I'm waiting on what's to come out here.
All right, well, think about it, because you want to say that on paper, and then I go, Fredericktown took them to triple overtime, and St. John just took them to double overtime. So there's the 2 teams that you're right below you.
Yep, those are the next 2. St. John 3, Fredericktown 4.
You got by the nose of a football against them. You barely found a way. Now, you found the way, but I find it hard to say that district's a 2-team race when the 3rd and 4th teams have played so well against Central. So I've got to say no to your question. It's not just those 2. I think that all those top 4 can easily at least say, we got a chance at this thing. So I would go that route.
Semifinals on in that district.
Yep, I think so too.
Some burners, yeah.
Yep.
I agree with you. I think it's the top 4 teams as it's listed now. It depends on how Dexter finishes out. It depends on the health of Central. It depends on, we get to see Fredericktown and St. John match up. But at the same point, you can't necessarily say that it's going to be Dexter Central's matchup week is going to determine that. I truly think by point standing, there's a chance for that maybe to be one of the more interesting districts to watch this year.
And then that young Potosi team that's got a ton of injuries sitting in 5, winless Herculaneum and winless Kennett rounding out the pack. Valley Catholic's the top seed in their district. No surprise there. They're one of 3 4-1 clubs in that district. Caruthersville's 3rd, Scott City's 4. Portageville sits at a 2. East Prairie, New Madrid, and Kelly round out the pack. And honestly, guys, it's a lot of teams we don't spend a lot of time talking about.
A note, Greg, that Valley just came back from Caruthersville with a win this past week. So they're, not only are they sitting pretty, but, their matchups.
And beat them by 30.
Yeah.
So, that Portageville group, not one we're going to know a ton about.
None of the teams other than Caruthersville, and I've got some people that follow football in that part of our state. There's nobody other than Caruthersville that most people would say would have any even chance against Valley. And we saw what happened in the one matchup they had. You just mentioned it. So you would think Valley is a very strong favorite to win that district at the end of the season.
Knuckleball Prime Time live from the barn. Well, I know we enjoyed it. Craving some delicious pizza? Check out locally owned Fired Food Truck with Chris and Amber Dunlap, a local mobile pizzeria specializing in authentic Napoleon-style pizza, mouth-watering specialty cannolis. Plus, they're now serving up New York-style pizzas on select days. Don't miss out. Follow Fired on Facebook for daily and weekly specials and updates. Fired Food Truck, where pizza lovers get their fix. We enjoyed it earlier tonight. It is awesome. Proud supporters of local high school sports. I'm anxious to see how the second half of this thing goes. Chad, you kind of lead the way coming up on Friday for week 6 with Central. I know I've got the call on 7 and 8, and you're back in the house for 9, so it should be a lot of fun.
We've had a couple of long winning streaks that we've seen threatened anyway in our coverage so far this year. Central and Fredericktown, and then Farmington down at Jackson. We've got another one coming up this week as Central not only has won the last 6 against Potosi, they've won 14 of the last 15. So is this the week it can happen? I don't know. We'll see.
I just hope it happens in dry weather, whatever it happens. After last week, no more hurricanes, tropical storms. Let's just go through the rest of the year with dry weather. That'd be great.
You were talking about not wanting to be on the sidelines for rain, and it's happened like the last 3 weeks in a row.
It feels like every time. And the last one, that one was rough. And then they had the wind involved. But, hey, you got it out when you have to. But I would take just a nice, clear, calm night for the last 4 regular season weeks.
Looking forward to bringing you high school football on Parkland Sports Live in conjunction with the Parkland Podcast. Guys, this is a lot of fun. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Thanks, Rick.
All right, Jake Whitener, Chad Speaker, Mike Reeves. I'm Greg Allen saying so long. Midseason high school football roundtable. You might be watching it for coverage of week 6 with Potosi and Central. If you are, kickoff is just around the corner. Other than that, we say so long from Knuckleball Prime Time live from the barn.
Premier Muscle and Joint in Park Hills empowers health through personalized chiropractic care. Dry needling with electrical stimulation helps with pain relief, muscle function, blood flow, and more. Got an athlete in the family? Premier Muscle and Joint offers dry needling, cupping for increased circulation, and Normatec boots for next level recovery. It's the ultimate recovery toolkit. Premier Muscle and Joint in Park Hills? Find us on Facebook and schedule an appointment today.
With UCheese Rewards and your Ozarks Federal Debit MasterCard, you can earn points with every swipe of your card. Redeem your points for cash or something from a vast online catalog. Visit ucheeserewards.com to register. Ozarks Federal, member FDIC.
Selection and savings await at K & Company Boutique on State Street in Deloge. From dresses to athletic wear, accessories to jewelry, shoes, hats, handbags, and more. There's so much to see at K & Company Boutique. Kids clothing, graphic apparel. You won't believe the selection. Check out the new arrivals at shopkco.com and shop online. You can even download their app. K & Company Boutique, open 7 days a week.
We welcome you to Rebel Football Field tonight in Park Hills on the campus of Central High School. We've got a MAFC White Division tilt for you tonight on Parkland Sports Live. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, folks. I'm Chad Speaker. To my right, Jake Whitener on the field tonight. We'll have Mike Reeves reporting for us there. We've got a matchup between Potosi tonight, coming in at 2-3, and the Central Rebels, of course, the defending state champions. They are 4-1 on the season. And Jake Whitener, you get Potosi playing some teams out of our area. And they have done pretty darn well this year. A really nice victory over St. Clair, 41-14. They put up 46 on Salem, but inside a conference it's been a little bit tougher for them. Setbacks against Valley, St. Gen, and then a good tie contest against a surging Fredericktown team last week.
And I think that's one of the most important things is to understand they had 2 great games to start the season, almost 50 points per game. They run into probably what their biggest setback is losing their rushing leader in Walton, which is still out tonight, which is a big hit for them. But, this is a team that continues to surge. They find those little bright spots like their freshman quarterback in David Miller. It's one of those deals tonight. You got to make sure you play inside your own mind and play your game.
Noah Walton actually averaging over 100 yards per game. He's been a tremendous talent for Potosi, 5'11", 200-pound junior, a guy averaging 101 yards rushing per game, leads him in touchdowns. In fact, his per-carry average, 10.4. But for Potosi, it's not like, Jake, they have a veteran quarterback where you're going to say, well, we lost our leading rusher, let's go out and sling it all night long. They have to still kind of stay with some of the same actions that they've had most of the year as well.
And Dylan Wyrick and I know each other very well from competing Fredericktown versus Potosi through the years. And, I think that's the one thing talking to him pregame. The biggest mindset is you have a future quarterback. You obviously are starting him as a freshman. You've got 3 more years to come after this. You're at 3.5 years left in this young man's career. The biggest thing you have to focus on tonight is what pressure can you take off of his shoulders to keep his mind even tilt. So I don't think they're going to throw the ball a tremendous amount. They're probably going to do a little bit different run game tonight. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do put in some play action stuff to allow him to expose his arm and maybe get some fast screen opportunities down the field.
On the other side, you won't find many more experienced players than the quarterback for Central, Jackson Jones, although not at the position. He's a guy that has been a stalwart at middle linebacker, and now he's been asked to carry that mantle at quarterback. And Jakey's done a pretty nice job as a run-pass guy, completing 58% on the year. He throws for 162, and he runs for 124. So he's done exactly what they hoped that he would do for them.
And I think Jackson does exactly, as you said, what Coach Schweiss and that offensive staff needs him to do. I wouldn't say that his arm is what they're used to. You can date back to even one of his co-OCs and Jake Bridges whenever they changed their whole offense when you have a young, talented man like that come through. But Jackson stays within the playbook of what they have set up for him. What can he be successful at the QB position? But it's also one of those that, you look back to a few of these games, he hasn't put the ball downfield a lot because of the weather. It wasn't game time situations where you want to expose his arm or put him in a bad position. So Jackson does a great job controlling the offense within the realm of what they need him to do.
Speaking of weather, we've been getting weather reports during the season with our man Mike Reeves on the field, and we're not going to have to concern ourselves with that much tonight. But, Mike, what are you going to be looking for there at field level tonight?
Good weather. That's it. I tell you, I do want to see what Potosi can do given these circumstances. You guys already talked about missing their most electric player, the player who they were going to rely on so much. I want to look for that. I want to look at the Central team and see how much they're executing what they want to execute. Guys, I find it quite incredible almost. Everybody's been complaining about Central, and I mean from the periphery. Oh, they're not doing this. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. They're 4-1. There's something to be said for winning 4 of your 5 football games. That's what they have managed to do. I just want to see their execution. And in talking to the coaches at times during the night, I want to find out if they're pleased with that execution. Finally, completely unrelated to football, I'm going to let the Central Rebel fans know this because it's true. I have what's called a color deficiency issue. I thought I put on a blue shirt tonight. I honest to God thought I put on a blue shirt tonight. I did not realize it was Potosi purple. Fans of the Central Rebels, I don't care who wins this game tonight. I really don't. I just want to watch a good football game. I will have to have my wife help me a whole lot more getting dressed coming to the games. Yes, I am wearing Potosi purple. Central fans, I apologize. I've heard enough already.
That's what we in the business called spin, Jake. Welcome to the profession. For Central, they'll be in their red uniforms. They've got blue numbers and letters with a white outline. Potosi is in the purple pants, the white shirts, and they've got the purple numbers with the purple letters and the golden outline. And our kickoff coming up here in just a few minutes. But Central has dominated this series, Jake, over the years. They've won 6 in a row, but you extend that research a little bit. bit. They've won 14 of the last 15 meetings between these two teams. And like a few of the other matchups that we've had this year, it hasn't been particularly close. The average score 47-13 in favor of the Rebels over that 6-game win streak. So, Mike Reeves has kind of touched on something there. I don't know if there's disappointment on Central, but no, they're not out there dominating everybody. They've played 5 overtimes already. But if you're talking about a team that is impressive, I think Central's as impressive as anyone considering what they lost last year.
Well, and I think that's the one thing you have to consider is I think you almost get spoiled when you have a team that's accelerant as they were. And as Mike stated that, I mean, you get spoiled through the years of seeing the fact that you're able to do some of the trickery and some of the I don't even want to call it a situation where you're not used to seeing that type of play, but you do get spoiled to the fact that you have such talented athletes.
Ren Mapes kicking away for Potosi, and he'll be pushing it from our right to our left as we describe the action to you, and Waiakale brings us our pictures tonight. Our engineer, Jacob Tower, we appreciate his good work. This is a kickoff that is punched deep, and it's taken by Central at the 20-yard line. They'll put it in the hands of their athletic player down there as the Rebels will bring it out near the 30-yard line with Jackson Kelly. Let's meet the offense and the defense for these two squads. Jackson Jones, we talked about him, the quarterback. Jake, will probably see Central try to maybe get Karis Foster in a little bit more of a rhythm tonight. Corey Schweiss wants to take maybe a little bit of the burden off of his quarterback.
And Foster has great, tremendous acceleration once he finds his gap, so I wouldn't be surprised if you're not spot on if tonight isn't a little bit of a Foster show.
So Jones, the quarterback, he's back in that shotgun. He'll put 3 wides to the left and 1 man off to the right side. It's a quick out right here, and the pass is complete to Karis Foster, and it's kind of a take what they give us, kind of feel out first play right there.
That's something that they're going to probably allow Jackson to hit some of those outs. He loves the 5-and-out route, but they're going to see how far they can suck these safeties in, probably with their run game to expose the seam route here eventually.
We'll see Nick Fowler at a wide receiver position, Colin Halsey at a tight end on wide receiver position. Gage Toomey will be in there, Barrett Henson, Karis Foster. And we're taking a look at a 2nd and 8 here for Central. They've got it at their own 29-yard line. They'll air it out down the middle, and the pass just out in front of Gage Toomey, who looked like Jakey caught a seam there for an instant.
Yeah, he did. The safety was playing a little bit outside on the leverage, especially on the weak side. Anytime a safety is on the hash and you've got 2 receivers to the boundary, it's not a bad idea to stay on that hash because if you leak out too far, you open up a very big seam in the middle of that field.
Caden Warren's the starting center for Central tonight. Hayden Carver, Dakota Bowers are the guards. Keegan Sherrill, Silas Richardson are the starting tackles. Jackson Jones is back in the shotgun. He's looking to his left here and fires it into his middle receiver on a curl route right there, and Central's got a first down and more all the way down to the 46-yard line. Nice zip on that ball by Jackson Jones, and the completion to Nick Fowler right there. Gain of 20 for Central. Fowler coming into the ball game with 4 catches, so that's his 5th on the year. And Central is into Potosi territory here. Jackson Jones looking at a curl out to Fowler once again. All right, into his hands and back out of them again.
Chad, I'm going to ask you, did you expect to be going on the 5th play of the game and not see a run yet from Jackson Jones?
I was just thinking the same thing. They've come out and slung it all around here. It's like looking for Case and McLean out there, right?
And we haven't even, I'm not even sure. I'd have to go back and look. I'm not sure we've seen a running back in the backfield. It's been an empty set almost the entire series.
For Case and Murphy, I beg your pardon. Now here's Jackson Jones. He'll try to take it up the gut. Not much doing, though. And a flag on the play. The tackle by Clayton Richards. He's a middle linebacker. You've got Richards, Cole Fowler in the middle. Carson Boyer and Carter Pyatt are the outside backers. Penalty going on Central. Mike Shavosky and Colton Ferris are the tackles. Ian Eaton and Jordan Sparks are the ends. Starting corners, Tom Lamming, Blaine Maxwell, and then June Litton is the starting safety. You know, most of the time, Jake, you'll see a 4-3 or a 3-4 defense. Neither one of these teams are going to base out of that tonight. You've got a 4-4 from Potosi, and Central's going to run with 5 linebackers when we see their defense hit the field.
whenever you get into a run-heavy offense that you're facing, you don't usually typically stick with your base package.
Jackson rolling to the right side. He's got a curl route open right there. Hits his man Fowler, and Fowler diving forward. They got all the yardage back from the penalty, plus 5 more, and it's a gain of 14 yards on the completion. I think Jones has been sharp here early on.
His arm's looking really good at zipping the ball out there. And what I mean, I want to reiterate what I meant by that, Chad, is you have your base package, but when you face a run-heavy team, you usually bring your safety or another backer into the box to try to stop the run.
Joe, is that one other way to protect Jackson Jones, is to let him throw it a little bit more?
Might as well. I mean, this is a team that we know is banged up just a little bit on the defensive side as well for Potosi. So, I mean, you may get to see what his arm's really made of tonight.
Jackson throws just that quick slant pass right up the middle of the field, and it's a gain of 16 yards, and he has been on the money and on the routes so far. That was August Black. Not only has he been accurate, but he's really spreading it around to quite a few wide receivers. Already he's hit 3 guys.
And he's doing a really good job of commanding. He's made a few audibles at the line of scrimmage. He sees where the safeties and the outside backers are playing. He's getting a 1 high safety right now out of this look. Even though it's an empty set, to see only 1 high safety in the middle, it's going to give you a lopsided side for the receivers.
Trips to the left, man off to the right side. Jones will take it this time. Jones has tried to run it up the middle a couple times, and Ferris and Shavosky and company have been tough in there. In fact, Potosi is actually bigger. 238 across the front 4 on the defensive side, 217 for Central across their front 5. So it's a 21-pound advantage for Potosi offensive line versus the defensive line for them. And a gain of 2 for Jones on his first official carry. Last time it was a penalty, wiped it out. Trips to the right, 1 man off to the left side. It's a 2nd and 9 for Jones and company. And they've got the ball on the 23-yard line. Curl route underneath. Ball, well, maybe a little high, but also hit Fowler in the hands. Tried to jump up for it, and that one goes incomplete.
I will say that's the only thing I've noticed so far about Jackson. The one that he had down on the seam, good ball, just barely out of the fingertips. Each of these curl routes so far, if you pay attention, it's almost his baseball antics. The follow-through is not quite there with his hand to give the snap to the chest. Instead, it's above the helmet.
Trips to the right, 1 to the left side. You've got a running back in the backfield as well. And Jones in the comeback route this time. Did they get it? Boy, they did. I thought it was going to be on the ground, but in fact, it is complete once again to the tight end, Nick Fowler. But is it enough for a first down? I don't think it's quite enough for a first down. Nope, a gain of 7. Already 41 yards receiving for Nick Fowler.
Well, you have a 4th and 2, and you have Jackson Jones in the game. Is this the first time we see him go under center and get an I formation look, a 2-back set, or is this a hard count?
Or maybe that Maryland I, right? That capital I.
Or 4 backs.
And now we've got, in fact, 2 lead backs near the line of scrimmage, a back off the right hip of Jackson Jones, and Jackson's back in the shotgun. So basically it's a fist fight in a phone booth right here, and Jones picks off tackle this time, skirts around the right side. A powerful run by Jones, but really the strength of that play is the fact that he diagnosed where the seam was.
Well, and that's, to go back and give that, I mean, you have 2 A-gap players. It's almost the inverted, it's the shotgun version of the Maryland I where you put the lead blockers up front. But Jackson did a great job, and I mean, he made it just by the skin of his teeth. Great job by the lead blocker because they had 44 who came in as the tight end there, hidden in the A-back spot to get the lead around the edge.
Central down to the 13-yard line here. 1st and 10 for them. We're at the 7:28 mark here of the first quarter. Thanks for joining us on Parkland Sports Live tonight. Toomey will readjust and go off the right hip of Jackson Jones. 3 wides to the left. Man off to the right side. That's Foster, the man on the island on the right side right there. And Jackson Jones is going to try to get straight up the gut. He's going to go through his guards this time. And tackled after just a few yards. Gained 4, maybe down to the 9. I thought I saw an early flag, but I must have been hallucinating. So a gain of 4 for Jackson right there. He's got 10 yards rushing.
Well, I mean,
brings up a 2nd and 7.
What a solid job, though, by Potosi's front line. Yeah. I mean, Jackson's trying to run the ball inside, and they're doing a really stellar job keeping him. I think his longest rush so far was that of 4 yards.
And essentially, they base with an extra man in the box, kind of as we were talking about earlier. 4 down linemen, 4 linebackers. Of course, you spread them out with a wide receiver look, and that'll take them out of the box as well. But a
2nd and 7 here for Central. They've got the ball at the Potosi 9-yard line. Potosi forcing Central to drive. Haven't given up the huge play. Here's Jones, going to take it up the gut. Tomey lead blocking. Jones hits one man trying to plow forward. Can't do it. Maybe gained a yard, but Potosi is out there. Jake will say it again. They're out there sticking people right now. Good, tough play from them. And that was Ian Eaton. He's a 6'3", 260-pound senior, and he is, as Coach says, the biggest hitter on this team.
Chad, I'm going to throw this out there from a coaching standpoint. Don't be surprised if the number 3 guy here doesn't get the ball in some type of setup, because there's not anybody covering the third receiver here on the left side for 2 plays in a row.
And that's Toomey. Toomey is the inside man. Instead, they're going to try to set up a blocking scheme for Jones. Jones stumbles around that left side, going to be just shy of the first down on a 4th and 2. It's a gain of 4 for Jones. Potosi forcing Central to be patient here, to make good decisions along the way. We'll head down to the field coming up. 5:15 remaining here in the first quarter. Central with the opening drive of the game. And they've got it just inside of the 6-yard line of Potosi on a 4th and 2. Trips to the right. You've got a wing back off to the left and a wing back off to the right, with essentially an empty backfield except for the quarterback Jones, of course. He's back in the gun and needs 2 yards. Timeout on the field. Timeout Central. Let's go down to the field and check in with Mike Reeves. Mike, what are you seeing down there?
Guys, I don't know how much this is going to come up on the shorter yardage and down by the goal line, but Karis Foster is being, I will call it, double teamed. They're putting a stack of 2 defenders no matter which side of the ball he lines up on. If he's on the right side, there's got a couple there. So, Jake, I'm guessing that's why you talked about there's one uncovered receiver. I'm guessing that's why that's happening. I don't know how much it's going to come to in play these next couple of plays, but I'm going to watch for it the rest of the night.
Maybe Potosi, Jake, was anticipating maybe a little bit what we were, that they were going to try to work Foster a little bit more. Foster has great numbers coming in, averages 73.4 yards per game and 8.4 a carry.
Well, I think we go back and, it's the game we continue to talk about, the Central Fredericktown. Fredericktown did the same thing. Corner underneath, Easton Wood safety over the top, and really they minimized any production out of Foster in that game. It's the same approach here, but as Mike said, these next few plays probably aren't going to matter. You're sitting at a 4th and long 2 right now. You're probably anticipating they're going to fill the middle. Don't be surprised maybe for a jet sweep finally to break outside. But also, if they get back to a different down other than 4th and they've got that trip set, don't be surprised, though, if they hit that third receiver on the strong side of the field.
You've got freshman August Black in the ball game. And as Central breaks the huddle, Black is going to be essentially the eye back here. And they'll give it to August Black, and August Black powers his way to the end zone. It's a 6-yard touchdown run by August Black. How about that one? His first carry of the game. Put 6 points on the board. And when you need a big carry on a 4th down, how about you try a freshman? We were talking before the game. This is a young guy that they're going to get a lot out of over the next 4 years. And Corey Schweiss basically saying we're going to get a lot out of him tonight.
Well, I think that instills a lot of trust into your program already. I mean, minus the penalty, that's a 14-play drive. The first drive of this game took over 7 minutes off the clock. That's huge for Central. Minimize what you're going to be able to allow Potosi to do.
Old school Corey Schweiss, and a bonus for him. They get the extra point. 4:46 remaining in the first quarter, and we're back with your kickoff on the other side of this timeout on Parkland Sports Live.
Ready to roll up your sleeves and dive into a hands-on career? Mineral Area College is ready for you. Their Mac Tech industry and technology programs are all about getting to work and making things happen. Whether you thrive on fixing, building, or just plain problem solving, they've got a pathway for you. Welding, HVAC, auto tech, construction, and more. You'll gain the practical skills and real-world experience needed to thrive in today's job market. Take the first step to a fulfilling career in a Mac Tech program. Apply today at mineralarea.edu.
Time for our kickoff now, and Potosi will scoot back to receive this. Blaine Maxwell will be the return man. Noah Walton does so much for this team. He's not only a great running back, plays defense, but he's part of that return team as well. So you lose really more than one player when you lose a guy like Noah Walton. Central going to be kicking it from our left to our right. And the Rebels going to boot this high in the sky. And it's taken to the 20-yard line by Jake Ferris. Ferris returns it back to the middle. And we'll see our first look at the Potosi offense now. They're led by a freshman, David Miller, 5'11", 150-pounder. He's a freshman. QB's throwing for 66 yards a game. They finally turned him loose just a little bit last week to run the ball a little bit. He actually had run for negative yardage prior to last week, but managed to nose into the positive category. We'll usually see Noah Walton. He's out tonight. Carter Pyatt, Clayton Richards going to be asked to do some of the work in the backfield for this Potosi offense. Talk about a Maryland eye, Mr. Whitener. That's how Potosi starts this ball game, in that Maryland or capital I. And Carter Pyatt uses a couple of lead blocks and slams it forward for a 7-yard gain.
So I will say that the last time I saw Dylan Wyrick, who had a running back, get hurt, it was the Henson boy they had about 4 seasons ago. Gets hurt. Comes back. We faced him 2 times that year, a COVID game, then our original game. This is the exact style of offense we got. It was pound the ground all night long.
So Carter Pyatt dots the capital I here, and this time Potosi will give it to the second man through, and the Central defense stiffens right there to limit the carry. But nevertheless, a tough run by Carson Boyer. So Carson Boyer getting his first run of the season, and they mark him for no gain right there. Cole Juliet's the center. Jordan Sparks, Colton Ferris are the guards. Ian Eaton and Mike Shavosky are the starting tackles. We'll see Thomas Lamming as a wide receiver. And this time Potosi gives it to the, well, I guess you could call him the fullback, or at least the first man through. And no gain there as well.
You know, and that's going to be the toughest thing tonight is you can't have a situation where you allow your defense to be on the field for over 7 minutes. You come in, you have a very successful first down play, get 7 yards, stall out second and third, and just take only 1 minute and 30 seconds off the clock and then expect your defense to come back out.
Potosi setting up to punt this one away. And they do so. Ren Mapes booted away, and he'll angle this over to the left side. They don't want to give Karis Foster a chance at returning this thing.
So here's something that you usually don't see. You're going to get a sideline warning here off of Central. Unfortunately, on the punt, the official's running down the sideline. An assistant coach from Central is following the ball. The sideline official hits the ground by a Central coach. Accidentally, the official goes down. That's why they give you that painted line. They tell you 3 coaches only in the box on the sideline. So you're going to get a warning here on Central to stay out of the box tonight.
What happens on the second time?
Second time, you get a 15-yard unsportsmanlike penalty. You scoot your team back. If you get a third one, you start talking about some guys leaving your sideline.
Team's taking a short break right here. And let's go ahead and step aside with them. It's a 7-0 lead for Central at the 2:48 mark of the first quarter. Leading Potosi. We're back after this on Parkland Sports Live.
The Department of Mental Health for the state of Missouri is seeking an advanced practice nurse to fill a position on their East-Southeast Regional Forensics mobile team. This position includes daytime travel, a flexible work schedule with remote work options available, at a salary of $130,000 annually, and tremendous benefits. This opening will not last long. To apply for the advanced practice nurse position or any other with the Department of Mental Health, please call 573-218-6800 or go to dmh.mo.gov. The state of Missouri is an equal opportunity employer. We celebrate diversity and are committed to creating an inclusive environment for all employees.
7-0 Central leading Potosi. 2:48 remaining here in the first quarter. 1 possession by each team. We're happy to bring it to you on Parkland Sports Live, part of the Barn Podcast Network. The Barn's an emerging media company in Farmington featuring the Tippy Joe Show. vulgar display of podcasts, Birds and Swords, and so much more. Be sure to like and subscribe for notifications. We had a good time in the barn this week. Put together a little mid-season football roundtable for you. I hope you enjoyed that during our pregame show.
That was fun. It was fun to get to sit around and just talk football.
It was fun. What was your kind of main takeaway as we talked about?
I really think it was the conversation we had about how the gap is closing in the MAFC and just teams in general around here.
Yeah, a little more parity this year.
Yeah.
Central's got it at their own 21-yard line. This is Jackson Jones back in the gun. He'll put 3 wides to the left and 1 man off to the right side. He's got a wing back off to the left side as well. They've kind of turned him loose to throw the ball in that first possession. He'll take it right through the guards this time, and he's able to get to the line of scrimmage, but not a whole lot more. I'll tell you what, Jake, we saw a lot of Ian Eaton in that first possession, a defensive end for Potosi, and we saw a lot of Ian Eaton right there. I think Jackson Jones is going to see a lot of Ian Eaton
I think
tonight.
so. They're doing a great job inside the box trying to contain him. So that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't be surprised you start getting some motion across formation.
Good capable runners. August Black has the touchdown. Let's go down to the field and check in with Mike Reeves.
Real quick, I was just wondering, Jake, is that why at the NFL level, what the play that happened in front of you down there, is that the get-back coach? Is that what they have at the NFL level to keep that from happening?
That is exactly why you have a get-back coach. Number one, so you don't get the unsportsmanlike of a head coach being on the field, but number two, you keep your sideline clear because not only can it cause an injury to the officials, but it also, after a time, you can get your head coach in a lot of trouble.
A 13-yard completion to Barrett Henson, 72 yards passing already from Jackson Jones. And Henson with a quick route to the outside, but looks like they're going to bring this one back. Illegal receiver down the field. Receiver.
When I was wondering, because they've been running a tight end set, so it's been an empty set, and you're only seeing 4 receivers. There's a hidden tight end there. It makes you wonder if your receiver was covering them up on the outside.
They haven't really asked Jones to throw any bombs yet. He's thrown it downfield, maybe 20 yards, 15 yards. Mostly it's been short routes, and most of the time he's been on target. 5 for 8 so far for Jones. And we can't count that last one. Gabe Toomey goes into the backfield with Jones here on the 2nd and 15. Jackson gets the snap. He's got that wide receiver off to his left side and just flips it out to him. That's August Black. And they almost just kind of play a shell defense right there, Jake. It's a gain of 3 for August Black, but 3 Potosi defenders say, we'll give up that completion. We're not going to give up the yards after, though.
Yeah, that was a great job. We call that secondary contain. Your linebackers flow outside anytime your quarterback leaves the pocket in the shotgun set. Your linebacker's job is to turn him back in or to pick up that lead back in case it turns into a QB run.
3rd and 11 for Central. They get on the line a little bit quicker this time. And they'll put 3 wides to the right side. A running back off of the right hip of Jackson Jones as well. You would think of passing down right here, but you never know. Clock counts down at 1:05 remaining here in the first quarter. Jones going to roll to the right side. They like to get him on the move, but he throws it over the middle. This thing's jumped and picked by Tom Lamming. Lamming wiggles his way to the right side of the field. Now he's along the hash mark and coming back to the middle of the field. Lamming by 1 man, now 2, down to the 15-yard line, and Tom Lamming making the early play of the game for Potosi.
You know, that was a great job. The only thing I will say, there was a guy right behind him wide open. Jackson did the hip turn. He had everything perfect, but the strength of the arm, whenever you're rolling out to your play side, you've got to be able to snap that hip and get the arm over the bar, so we speak. Arm up high, follow through high. Unfortunately, he followed through a little bit too low to the safety.
We've seen Potosi run that Maryland or capital I the entire way so far. We've got Richards, Pyatt in a formation right here. It's split backs with David Miller, the quarterback, overseeing the operation. They give us to the right side, off tackle, and Richards rumbles into the end zone. It's a touchdown for Potosi from 15 yards out, and they're an extra point away from tying this one up.
That was just a great job. I mean, we saw him warming up behind the bleachers tonight, you know, just kind of giving David Miller a different look of what he can do with Walton being out. You know, and that is something I think that you're going to confuse this defense with once you went from Maryland I to a cross-buck, cross-read set.
second touchdown of the year for Clayton Richards. And, Jake, nobody even touched him on the way.
He was untouched all the way through. Great blocking by the offense of Potosi.
So Potosi looking for the extra point. This is Wyatt Cannon, who will try to tie the game with his right leg. The snap is there. The hold is down, and Cannon sends it through. 42 seconds remaining in the first quarter. An interception sets up Potosi in tremendous field position. They go one play for the score, and we're tied at 7. And we're back after this on Parkland Sports Live.
Hi, my name is Jonas, and I go to St. Joseph in Farmington. My friends in the St. Joseph Youth Group are planning another mission trip to Belize next July. The group will help rebuild and repair Catholic schools in the country. Just call St. Joseph Catholic Church in Farmington for more information. And don't forget about the drive-thru chicken fry on Sunday, October 6th, right outside the school cafeteria. Chicken, sides, and desserts for just $10 a plate. Help the St. Joe Youth Group help other young Catholics in Belize by supporting their mission trip.
Come back. And we're back on Parkland Sports Live. Chad Speaker here, Jake Whitener there. Across the way, it's Mike Reeves, who just saw a couple of tremendous plays from Potosi as this kick is squibbed and out of bounds. In fact, I think right in front of our sideline man.
I'll tell you what, we'll switch the momentum in a game faster than anything. Guys, if turnovers are then converted into points, that switches entire momentum. And the Potosi sideline, I got over here about 3-4 minutes ago. They were just they weren't dead. It was just kind of ho-hum. We're playing a football game. We're down by 7. And then the pick and all the energy went through the roof. And then one play later, the scamper to the end zone, and everything changes. It's incredible how much different it feels and looks over here now than it did just 3 or 4 minutes ago when I sauntered over to this side of the field.
And Mike, it looks like Potosi traveled pretty well on this homecoming for Central.
I think they've been so excited about this football team, and granted they've lost a key member of it to injury for a while, but they're without a doubt. Sometimes you come over here, whatever the visiting team may be, there's not a lot of energy. There's energy in the stands as well. Great notice on your part.
Quick out route complete to Nick Fowler. Jackson Jones hits him on the out route. Fowler gets over to the sideline, and it's a pickup of 7 yards. Pretty good timing on that one, Jake. The ball came out of the hand, I think, even before the break.
I don't even think even if you play football and you're not a quarterback, you don't understand how hard it is to throw an out route. Probably one of the hardest routes to throw. You've got to put that on a dot before your receiver even hits his break. Great job by Jackson Jones.
Twins to each side. Toomey, the running back right there, and they'll go with a quick hitch this time, and it's in and out of the hands of Nick Fowler. What Nick Fowler all of a sudden has turned into the possession receiver supreme out here. I mean, they're really trying to establish that connection.
I think what you do is, if you can establish that connection, what it does is it maybe takes some pressure off Foster. Start leaking your safety over that way. So now you've got Karis Foster open, maybe to possibly see his first reception of the evening.
Toomey going to be the running back just off the right hip of Jackson Jones. You've got 2 wides to each side on a tight end. There's the snap, there's the flip, and a little curl underneath. And that one's good for 6 yards. And this time it's complete over to the left side for August Black. I mean, they're just kind of nickel and diming down the field.
This is, I will not bring up sore memories. This is the Jeremy McDowell approach. 5 and out, 5 and out. Milk you to death.
We've come to the end of the first quarter. We've got a good one here in the MAFC. It's 7-7 Potosi at Central. We're back after this on Parkland Sports Live.
Lincoln Street Creamery in downtown Deloge is a family-owned and operated business with a passion for creating delicious food that ignites happiness. The dedication to quality and flavor drives them to handcraft hearty meals and sweet treats to satisfy every craving. Lincoln Street has floats, shakes, sundaes, splits, and other delicious creations. Go to LincolnStreetCreamery.com to see the menu and hours and fuel your sweet treat craving. Lincoln Street Creamery in downtown Deloge. Follow them on Facebook today.
Premier Muscle and Joint in Park Hills empowers health through personalized chiropractic care. Dry needling with electrical stimulation helps with pain relief, muscle function, blood flow, and more. Got an athlete in the family? Premier Muscle and Joint offers dry needling, cupping for increased circulation, and Normatec boots for next level recovery. It's the ultimate recovery toolkit. premier muscle and joint in Park Hills? Find us on Facebook.
Jackson Jones starts the second quarter off with a straight QB kick around the right side. Gains a pair, but we won't write it down on the stat sheets. A penalty whistled against Central right here. And we talked about, Jake Central. Yes, they've dominated the series. The Rebels are the defending state champs. They're 4-1. Potosi 2-3. But you know what? The Trojans had a really nice victory over St. Clair, 41-14. It was last week. Potosi loses 12-0 to Fredericktown. A very close game. I mean, Central went into double overtime at Fredericktown. Maybe we should have expected a good competition here. It hurts when you lose your main running back.
Yeah, and that's the detriment to the team right now is they're probably a little bit more explosive than what people think. Everyone thinks that Noah Walton is all they had, but they're doing a great job distributing.
Jackson Jones rolling to the right side. He just flips it out of bounds. They really are trying to protect Jackson Jones in terms of the routes, Jake, because not only is most everything short and get it out of his hand, if it's not a two-step and out, they're rolling him, too, to try to get him on the move and away from the pressure.
Well, and that's one thing you do. I mean, you don't want him to take direct shots, but then every time we've seen him run the ball, he's still going A-gap, A-gap,
Yep.
A-gap. There's nothing wrong with rolling him out, but give him a chance to set his feet because every throw right now, he's trying to Brett Favre it off his back foot, which is allowing that ball not to have much accuracy.
3 to the right side, 1 off to the left, gave Toomey the single setback, and just a quick pitch once again, just a pop pass to August Black. He's tackled up after just a 1-yard gain. There's Tom Lamming again. 76 yards passing for Jackson Jones, 9 out of 13. Black catches that one for just a yard. Puts Central in a 3rd and long. 11 and a half minutes remaining in the second quarter. We're tied at 7 here at Rebel Field.
You got a one-on-one matchup out here with Foster with 3rd and long. Don't be surprised, maybe a 10 and in route here to get him in manageable.
Jones back in the pocket. He's under pressure. He flips it over the middle. This one's incomplete. That was a self-preservation pass as he had the defense hounding him that time.
It's a good thing he had his running back on a check down in the vicinity because new high school rules over the last 2 seasons, that's intentional grounding. So if he doesn't have that running back there, now we're looking at a loss of down plus yardage, and you'd be at 4th down.
Wonder if he saw that running. He probably did. He
I
probably
would
knew he was there,
so.
but
yeah. I mean, there is a flag down. I don't know if they're trying to say that there was a running back in the vicinity of that ball.
So you think they are discussing whether this is grounding or not?
I truly think they are because they're trying to configure. I'm not sure if the back judge who threw that actually saw the running back slip out behind the tackle.
What'd you see down there, Mike? Were you able to detect a wide receiver in the area there?
Guys, my problem with the rule is the in the vicinity because that is so difficult for a lot of people. Like, was that 5 yards? Was he within 10? There was a receiver in that general area, but it's up to the officials to decide, is that good enough to be in the vicinity? And apparently they've said, yeah, it was. We move on.
Potosi will set up to return a punt. Tom Lamming is back. Jackson Jones will initially line up in that quarterback position, but he's also the punter. He'll take a few steps back and boot this away. Lamming watches it and retreats from it, and it ends up taking a slight central hop as Potosi will have it at their own 9-yard line. Well, we'll be looking for our Mineral Area College and Mac Tech player of the game as we move along, ready to roll up your sleeves, dive into a hands-on career. Mineral Area College is ready for you. Their Mac Tech industry and technology programs are all about getting to work and making things happen. Welding, HVAC, auto tech, construction, and more. Take the first step to a fulfilling career in a Mac Tech program. You can apply today at mineralarea.edu. Well, for Potosi, they're in just about the opposite position. Last time they had the ball, they had it at the Central 15 to start their last drive. They start this one at their own 9. But the only play they ran was about the most well-blocked play you could have as the whole right side opened up.
In this situation with a freshman quarterback, you're thinking, please block as good as you did.
There's that freshman quarterback, tucks it, runs it, gets a few yards. And the first carry for David Miller. Miller gaining 2 out to the 11-yard line. He was, before last week, he was at a -8 rushing yardage for the season, but managed to get a plus about 30 yards rushing. So now he's got that positive yardage, and it is a process of kind of working a freshman into expanding the play. You don't want to put too much on him, I guess. At a certain, you have to kind of find that right kind of schedule, I guess.
You have to make sure that, number one, you're not being detrimental and creating what we call in the coaching world a mental midget, where they're out-thanking the process.
It's like the Hippocratic Oath, right? At first, do no harm. Jackson Jones trying to do some harm, though. And Jones with a nice hit that time as Carter Pyatt goes off tackle left side. That line actually did move the line of scrimmage a little bit on a decent gain of 4 yards before Jones wrapped him up.
I mean, they're doing a decent job. The only bad thing is you start this drive at your 9-yard line. You've got to be productive here. You've got to make sure that you're not going for your second time 3 and out of the 3 series that you've had the ball on offense.
9:50 and counting down in our second quarter. We're tied at 7. David Miller, the quarterback. He's got 2 running backs behind him, Carter Pyatt, Clayton Richards. Split backs right there. Instead, he zips the ball out to the left side. A great catch by Lamming. And Lamming, a little stutter step along that far sideline. And it's a gain of 14 yards and a first down. Good zip, first of all, by David Miller to hit his man. And right after that, Lamming showing some zip with the shoe tops.
Well, I think there, as Mike said on that sideline, there's a little bit of a different poise and maybe a little bit more confidence. No, well, we're not just in a ball game. We're in a tied ball game right now, especially after being shut out last week.
Thinking the same thing. Twins to the right. Got a tight end on the alignment and split backs. Thomas Lamming looking good at a wide receiver on that last play. This time Potosi will give it off. And the door is closed very soon by Max Woods right there, but a late flag. Give right there to Pyatt, who's met in the hole. I'll have to see what they sort out right here. The initial mark is going to be a loss of 2 yards. And then we'll have to see what the penalty's all about.
Yeah, and I heard the whistle and they kept driving, but nobody, he did get pushed to the ground over by the sideline, but it didn't look like it was that late.
Personal foul, whistled on Central. That one, I think that happened right in front of Mike Reeves over there, didn't it? Unless he's roamed elsewhere.
No, it was relatively in front of me, about 5 yards up the field, and I'm kind of like Jake. But the whistle was blowing. The play should have been stopping, and it did continue a little longer than you maybe think it should. But that happens a lot during any game that you watch. I see why you throw the flag there, but if they also elect not to throw it, I'm cool with that. That's kind of a 50-50 call to me.
Miller hands it off. Clayton Richards has it. He attacks off tackle right side, slams into 2 tacklers, and plows his way down the field after contact for 6 more yards. It's a gain of 16, but a flag in the field.
Now, fortunately, that comes from a position that's most likely going to be a hold on the interior lineman.
That's too bad for Clayton Richards because I think he really showed us something there.
He did, but that's also, you do get behind the sticks here. You're going to be looking at a 1st and 20 or close, depending on where the hold was. But it also is something to grow on. You've had some really good runs off this Potosi offensive line with the gaps that they were opening up.
9:14 and counting down here in our second quarter. We're tied at 7. Central won this matchup last year 43-8 en route to a state championship season where they smashed a whole bunch of records in that 48-34 win over Seneca for the Class 3 state title. 2 wides to the right side, tight end in the alignment, and split running backs for David Miller. Miller fakes it once, twice, rolls to the right, and put it on his man. Thomas Lamming, or beg your pardon, wasn't Thomas Lamming that time, it was Jude Litton diving for the ball. Now, they're not going to gain very many yards, but we can be impressed with the catch, I suppose.
That was a good catch. And, again, the out route is a hard one, especially being a freshman, depending on your arm strength of when you have to throw that. Probably threw it just a fuzz too early, but at the same point, tremendous effort to bring that ball in.
And, Jake, what Potosi has done, basically, they don't have to punt from their own end zone. They got this ball started right down near their 5-yard line.
Yeah, and that's a huge situation right now. Number one, you're burning time off the clock here, which is impressive. But then number 2 is you're moving the ball here when it was a 3rd and medium situation.
It's a swiftly moving game. David Miller fakes it, runs it, cuts it. He stumbles forward near first down territory on a 2nd and 15. A nice little burst by the freshman.
Very good burst. And I'll tell you what, though, they're going to have to be very careful because they did a great job blocking. But there was a little extracurriculars between – didn't get numbers on it. There was little extracurriculars there that you can't – if you're Potosi, you got to make sure your guys are stopping on whistle or stopping when the run gets by you. You can't take a 14-yard run from your freshman quarterback and then put him back behind the sticks again.
Maybe a little bit like that late hit earlier. Playing through it, the coaches used to say play through the echo of the whistle. You can't do that as much anymore.
No, you're very limited. You hear the tweet of the whistle and you better stop.
So David Miller, a good 15-yard run for the freshman. And this time, he throws a hitch route and goes in and out of the hands of Lamming. Really tough catch that time. Lamming in front of two defenders had to stretch high to try to grab it and just couldn't hang on. If Miller gets that just a little bit lower, probably completes it.
It was a good pass, too. I mean, like you said, it was just a little too high. You put that in his chest, so if he is going to get hit, make sure that ball can't be jarred out from above his head.
7:36. Pass was incomplete. Clock stopped. 7-7 our score. Potosi and Central. We'd like to thank the St. Joseph Catholic Youth Group in Farmington for sponsoring our coverage of the Riverside Grill, Park Hills, and Premier Muscle and Joint. Thomas Lanning checking some things off here as he waves and talks over to his wide receiver on the right side. They give us up the gut. Put it in the belly of Carter Pyatt with a little bit of room to run. And I'll tell you what, he was hit at 2 yards. But he ends up gaining 5 yards.
Did a great job keeping his legs turning. The extra little push he had there out of his legs made the defender turn him, which gave him the extra 2 yards to fall.
Clock is running at the 7:10 mark. We're tied at 7. Potosi also will get the ball to start the second half of play.
Yeah, this is a situation now that if you can keep this clock in your favor right now, you're at a 3rd and medium. Take some more time off if you punch another one in. Could be a huge turn of events here.
Blaine Maxwell going wide to the left side. Got a wide receiver off to the right side as well. Carson Boyer goes in motion. They give us to the running back. That's Carter Pyatt. And Carter Pyatt slams his way forward for a 4-yard gain, bringing up a 3rd and a yard. 5 carries for Pyatt. A modest 17 yards, but still progress being made, and it brings up 4th and a yard here. The huge play in this game, that interception by Thomas Lamming.
Yeah, it was.
Picked it off, ran it back to the 15, and set his team up for that tie score.
Yeah, that was the thing. It was a one-play touchdown, too, that was an untouched touchdown, which says something about the offensive line. This is where the offensive line is going to have to step up. You have a 4th and 1 situation, and you're already 5 yards back in a shotgun snap.
Cole Juliet, Colton Ferris, Jordan Sparks, Ian Eaton, Mike Shavosky. 5 beef eaters up front. Going to try to clear the way right here, but a timeout on the field. Oh, a fault. They didn't get the timeout in time.
No, and unfortunately the receiver on our sideline moved.
Boy, that hurts you, doesn't it?
It does hurt because you were in a situation to make that unmanageable.
Completely different part of the playbook now.
Yeah, and you have to reevaluate what your play call was going to be after your freeze play there, or your hard count. Going from 4th and 1 now back to 4th and 6. Go ahead and take the timeout as Coach Wyrick does. What are you thinking here? You're in a situation where you've got time on the clock, that there's still maybe 1 or 2 possessions left. If you do have to punt it, Central may do something, punt it back to where you have minimal time left. But, this is also a situation where this shows a lot of trust what you have in your offense, and especially your freshman quarterback.
Yeah, especially your he's thrown the out route reasonably well. Lamming has done a nice job catching the ball. That he's got a little bit of athleticism to maybe get away from an early rush. I wonder if you're P.J. Jones, do you heat him if they go past? Do you heat up the young guy and try to get him off his mark? Do you play coverage? That's kind of what I'm wondering. Both sides of it right now.
I would truly think that you're probably sending Jackson Jones on a straight rush to maybe influence an early throw to where they can't complete it. You're probably also playing press coverage here too, making sure that you're not letting these guys off the line in case it is a throw.
We'll have our Southeast Missouri Mental Health halftime show coming up in 5:59. We're tied at 7, and Potosi looks anyway like they're going to go for it on 4th and 6. Line of scrimmage is the Central 44-yard line. The freshman David Miller back in the shotgun puts his man in motion. Jude Litton from the right to the left side. Barks it out, has it, rolls to the left side. Lamming looking deep. Nowhere to go. The roll to the right side now. Breaks a tackle. Looks down the field. Fires it. Diving attempt for the catch. and he's got it! What a grab that time! That was Jude Litton who hauled it in, but we might be headed all the way back after all that, Jake, with another penalty flag. What a great effort by not only the freshman quarterback David Miller, but the junior Litton to lay out for that ball.
He's had 2 great catches on the sideline tonight. Great job by David Miller. The only thing I think they're going to get is when you reverse fields like that, it's hard for an offensive lineman to know, bring your feet in, bring your hands back into your chest so you don't get overextended.
And when those defensive linemen try to disengage, that's where you'll see that hold become a little bit more evident. And perhaps that's what happened with Potosi there. Potosi, going to have to punt it away now.
Yeah, and they're marking off 15. It must have been a block in the back. I mean, that's the only reason you're scooting back 15 on that situation, because if it's a hold, you're going back 10. Oh, they called helmet to helmet.
Okay.
Crackback block.
15-yarder. Nick Brown steps on to punt it away. Karis Foster, a dangerous return man. The snap is low for Nick Brown, and he's smothered. He had no chance to get that off. No chance at all. So Potosi, Jake, goes from a 4th and 1. They felt good about that, to a 4th and 6, where they had a couple of tremendous individual efforts to pick it up. But a penalty nullifies that. It forces them into a 4th and 25 where they have to punt, and then the whole thing blew up for them after that. Let's head down to the field now. Check in with Mike Reeves.
Guys, how many times we talk about momentum shifting plays, right? Overcoming adversity. Potosi just had 3 plays in a row that couldn't have gone worse. You just documented them well. Penalty, a muffed opportunity on the punt. How do you respond defensively here? I think that's really a big question to ask on this drive.
Jackson Jones gives it off to Gade Toomey. Toomey skirts around the left side and picks up 6, his first carry of the ball game.
You know, and what's really hard, following the yardage here, they started on the 9, they get all the way down here to the 42, and due to penalties, they turn it over on the dropped snap from the punter on the 20-yard line.
It seemed like worst case scenario, they were still going to flip the field.
Correct. But instead, they only gain 11 yards, but they did take time off the clock, which could hurt themselves going into half.
Nick Fowler wide to the left, 3 to the right side. Jackson Jones back to pass. Throws the curl route, and it is caught and then dropped. Karis Foster had it in the old breadbasket and just couldn't tighten around it. 4:59 remaining in the first half. We're tied at 7. It brings up a 3rd and 4 for Central. Central gets the play in. Trips to the right side. Black, Foster, Colin Holsey. You've got a wing back off to the left side. Max Woods. And here's Jackson Jones on that 3rd and 4 from the 20-yard line of Potosi. He's going to take it straight up the gut and weave his way forward for a first down as he slams down to the 8-yard line. Boy, it looked like he just had a roadmap right there on a gain of 12.
He did a great job. He actually, watching him every foot in the ground, making another move. He looked a lot like watching Casey McLean when he takes the handoff. He sees somebody coming, he makes an extra move to get a little extra yardage.
You can't read blocks any better than that.
That was beautiful.
So Jackson Jones sets his team up with a 1st and goal from the 8. A good tough run by Jones. Trips to the right side, a wing back off to the left for Jones. He claps the hands and takes it up the middle through the guards to the 5, to the 4, to the 3, 2, and 1. And Jackson Jones is into the end zone on that touchdown run for Jones, his 8th touchdown run of the season. And just like Potosi, after a big interception and turnover, after the missed opportunity on the punt for Potosi, Central capitalizes on that error and takes it right in.
On the poise, you're starting to see the run game slow down and see the gaps for the Central offense and being able to move at the offensive line.
The extra point sailing up and through, and Central leads by a touchdown. 4:25 remaining in the first half. 14-7 Central. We're back after this on Parkland Sports Live.
Premier Muscle and Joint in Park Hills empowers health through personalized chiropractic care. Dry needling with electrical stimulation helps with pain relief, muscle function, blood flow, and more. Got an athlete in the family? Premier Muscle and Joint offers dry needling, cupping for increased circulation, and Normatec boots for next level recovery. It's the ultimate recovery toolkit. Premier Muscle and Joint in Park Hills? Find us on Facebook and schedule an appointment today.
Thanks for joining us on Parkland Sports Live tonight as Central capitalizes on the failed punt attempt by Potosi, and they use a short field to take the lead back 14-7. Central on top in this MAFC battle. Terrific play on special teams right there as Potosi. Jake Ferris is tackled by Barrett Henson and gains no yards. So 4:22. If you're Dylan Wyrick, let's go take 4:22 off the clock and tie this game up, guys.
You bet. I mean, run your 4-minute offense, but your 4-minute offense has to be a 2-minute understanding with an outcome. But you don't want to put the ball back in Central's hands, so whatever you got to do, you milk this clock and this play clock down each and every rep.
We'll head down to the field after this play, and we'll also get a touchdown drive recap from Jake Whitener. David Miller, the freshman quarterback for Potosi. I like some of what I've seen from him tonight. Miller fakes it, runs it, goes to the right side, tries to pick up a block, but Lamming just wasn't in the right spot and couldn't deliver the shot to the back. And so a terrific job on the tackle by Central. How about that touchdown drive recap for Central there?
It didn't take long, Chad. It was only a minute off the clock. 4 plays, 21 yards total, capped off with a 9-yard rushing touchdown by none other than Jackson Jones.
Mike Reeves down on the field. He's reading the ebbs and flows of the ball game for us down there, Mike.
That last couple of plays of that sequence that resulted in the Central touchdown, guys, did that not remind you a lot of what we watched in the rain at Fredericktown? Just get us to Jackson Jones, give him a little bit of room, pound him up the middle, let him churn the legs. I know they want to do a lot more than that with their offense, but when worse comes to worse, that's not a bad option to go to, and it worked really well.
They go back to the strength of their team, certainly, and here's a good tough run by Carter Pyatt. Central with a couple of good hits, and they try to rip at the ball as well, but Pyatt spins for a first down and a gain of 11 yards.
Yeah, that was a grown man run. That was like watching Jackson normally run the ball. He was not going down on first contact. He got 4 extra yards after initial contact at the linebacker depth. But that's what they needed. They, especially after that negative play, a negative 1-yard play by David, which you had mentioned, the receiver's got to do a great job of almost setting a basketball screen and not touching in the back.
Miller's got one running back, beg your pardon, off of his left hip. Instead, he wants to flip it out to the left side. He's able to make contact. And a good spin and run that time by Blaine Maxwell. These Potosi wide receivers, Maxwell and Lamming anyway, Jake, we've seen some pretty good things in terms of run after the catch after they've been able to haul it in.
Yeah, I mean, once you get the ball out in space or get the ball handed off, I mean, David's done a great job in the backfield. There's not been anything so far that has shown that he is not up to the standards, especially being a freshman. But every single person who's touching the ball for Potosi has the opportunity to make a move after catch or after handoff.
So a gain of 9 yards for Maxwell right there, bringing up a 2nd and short here for Potosi. They run a man in motion right here, and they'll try to utilize that jet sweep for a first down, and they get it. A gain of 4 on that jet sweep to Carson Boyer. And a little bit of variety in the play calling here for Potosi.
And now, I mean, you're doing a great job with your play calling. You have a guy in motion. You get the first down on a very short yardage of what you needed. You still were successful, but now as the clock's blown in, you got to be smart with your time. You still have timeouts left, but you got to be smart. Now every second does count getting in and out of this huddle.
I think you don't want to put Miller in a position where he turns it over at this point in the field, though. You want to feel good going into halftime. But they're getting yards on the ground, too. And Miller, part of that running game. He'll reset his running back Pyatt off of his left hip. Pump that right foot. and then keep it himself and run off tackle right side. He's got a seam, and he might have a touchdown. David Miller picking him up and putting him down, and 47 yards later, the freshman gets to the end zone. What an exciting play, and what a masterful bit of playmaking in the backfield, bluffing a couple of handoffs before he was a bullet down the right side.
You know, and that comes to your outside linebacker. Your guy goes in motion, which puts you back into the box or right off the tackle's rear end, and you've got to be watching. They fake that jet, and as soon as they do that, you got two pullers coming back on a QB gat. He was untouched. David Miller down the sideline, 47 yards.
So Potosi trying to tie the ball game. The snap is there, the hold is down, and the extra point is up and through. And we're tied at 14. 2 minutes and 11 seconds remaining here before the half. We step aside on Parkland Sports Live.
With UCheese Rewards and your Ozarks Federal Debit MasterCard, you can earn points with every swipe of your card. Redeem your points for cash or something from a vast online catalog. Visit ucheeserewards.com to register. Ozarks Federal, member FDIC.
Tied at 14 apiece, 2:11 remaining here in the first half. And Mike Reeves down on the field right there. Got a field level view of that burst by David Miller. Pretty exciting stuff down there, Mike. All right, well, we can catch up with him in a little bit. How many plays on that drive, Mr. Widener?
5 plays.
Five
We're
plays.
almost. You and I have a minus Central's first one. It's always every time we're back and forth. It's 2 minutes. 2 minutes. A minute and 11 seconds.
Wow.
5 plays for a minute and 11 before David Miller took it 47.
Well, Jason Lowry and Mark Tody started the Parkland podcast, and Jason picks out the games we're going to broadcast. Nice job, Jason. You picked a good one. This kick down to the 18-yard line. Central takes it back out to the 28. That was Barrett Henson right there before he got knocked out of bounds. So 2 minutes and 4 seconds for Central to work its way now back down the field. Our conversation this week with Dylan Wyrick, he likes his guys. He likes the makeup of his guys. He just says we're young and inexperienced. Well, pretty good time to grow up a little bit tonight, and they're doing a nice job.
They're doing a great job. I mean, poise, got his composure in the first quarter. I mean, really has exploded with not only his arm, but obviously his feet in the second quarter.
Gage Toomey, the running back, off the left hip of Jackson Jones, who has 3 wide receivers to his right, 1 to the left side. It's going to roll to the left, but a false start whistled against Central before the drive ever gets started. And I know that Mike Reeves was going to try to catch up with Corey Schweiss on the way off the field as we will head toward our Southeast Missouri Mental Health halftime show here in 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Now, where Mike is positioned right now, that would have been exactly where that freshman quarterback David Miller ran by for the touchdown. So we'll have to see if he was right there earlier. He might have been the only guy that could catch Miller on the play. 1st and 15 here for Central. Jackson Jones takes the snap, immediately rolls to the left side. He's got a curl route down the field, and it is complete. It's Nick Fowler, who's been his main target tonight, on a gain of 7 yards. Mike, where were you when we saw young Mr. Miller run for that touchdown?
About 5 yards further down the field than I am now, but so it put me around the 20. Guys, I tripped up the backside. Once he eluded that, I love the speed down the sideline. I was very impressed, and I like the way that he turned the corner. You know, they talk about your eyes get big, you see what you got in front of you. He had a lot of turf, and he made that run. Once he turned the corner and eluded what could have been a tackler right near the line of scrimmage, it was over with. I was really impressed with that run.
Jake, I really like what he did at the mesh point to get the defense going one way.
Well, and Mike's right. The defensive end on the backside who's not blocked on a GAT scheme like that, he had the best chance. But I'll say this, I've been hiding this information. About 4 years ago, I had David Miller in a flag football team with my own son, and to see his abilities and to know, I mean, he was going to be a specimen, and you knew he was going to be a good athlete. Didn't know he was going to be a freshman starter at quarterback for Potosi, but phenomenal athlete. So it's going to be fun to watch this kid grow into Dylan Wyrick's plans.
And you told me you just liked him as a good young man, too.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good young man. I mean, great, tremendous athlete, but nothing better than watching the smile on his face when he was competing.
So here comes Central back from the break. And they're looking at a second and a long 6 or a short 7. Take your pick as the Potosi defense adjusts to what they see from the offensive side. Jones back in that shotgun. 3 wides to the right, 1 man off to the left. He's looking to the right. Now firing it to the right side. The ball is up and nearly picked off. That thing was thrown right into zone coverage, and Jude Litton, the safety, did a good job just getting that depth and playing center field.
They did a great job, but again, imagine, as we keep saying, momentum shift. If he picks that, especially with the time that's left on the clock right before half, you may be setting yourself up for something spectacular leading into halftime.
Because there was plenty of space.
There was plenty of space. I mean, granted, the offense is going to close in on you, but you had some room to make some moves.
So a 3rd and a long 6 or a short 7. And Central wants to talk a bit. The play clock at 22. Corey Schweiss trying to relay some information into his guys. They'll put the man on the island off to the right side, Karis Foster, and deploy the 3 wide receivers to the short side of the field, the left side. Toomey, the running back, just off of the right hip of his quarterback, Jackson Jones. Jones rolling it to the right side. They'll deploy Toomey, but a little bit of pressure that time on the quarterback. He's forced to get rid of it just a little bit more before he wanted, and really no chance to complete that one as Carson Boyer came from that outside linebacker position to kind of hurry that play along. Mike Reeves down on the sideline. Mike, this Potosi defense giving up just a couple of scores here.
No, without a doubt. And I could not get the license plate on the man who got the hand on the ball. That ball was deflected on that pass. He got a fingertip on it and really changed the whole complexion of the play.
Was Central trying to go hard count there, Jake? And did they just hard count themselves?
They hard counted themselves. Sometimes you outthink yourself in these situations. You know, you are in a situation, if they get that, they're in a 4th and 1 situation. Yeah. Then you can run the other minute and 54 seconds off this. I'm sorry, minute 49 off the clock. But at the same point, now you set yourself back. You've got to punt this ball.
Potosi didn't take long to score in their last drive. They're going to have the football back. 1:49 remaining here in the first half. Jackson Jones punts this one high in the sky. Oh, Lamming, though, instead of coming up to catch that ball, which would have been at about the 47 or 48-yard line, he watches it fall, and it rolls nearly 20 yards down the field, so Potosi will be back inside of their own 30 to start this drive.
That's
catching a punt is a tough thing to do.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That it's kind of a lost art anymore to see kids who have enough confidence, but also you don't see the ball being punted as much because you have a lot more quarterbacks who are the punters, who are not natural-born punters, so you don't see that high turnover, that hang time to allow you to catch the ball.
1:31 remaining here in the first half, and we're tied at 14. Potosi and Central. Carter Pyatt lines up in the backfield beside his quarterback, David Miller. Lamming goes in motion right to the left side. They'll give it to him on the jet sweep. Can he get to the corner? Well, he breaks the tackle but can't break the second one. A lot of red shirts out there to track him down. Max Woods coming off the pile over there, and that'll dump Lamming for a loss on the play of about 3 yards.
Well, it's kind of surprising here that you're not playing the clock game. You know, I mean, maybe if you're Central, you're waiting to see what second down comes into before you burn a timeout. Because, I mean, you've got them pinned deep here. Yeah, you don't want to burn them too early because then if they do run the clock out, you don't have enough time to maybe get your offense back on the field.
Coming up on our Southeast Missouri Mental Health halftime show, we will have the band performance for you. Jake and I will break down the numbers. We'll get a report from Corey Schweiss coming off the field, talking with Mike Reeves before we get you set for the second half. Another little jet sweep that time. And that was Carson Boyer. Kind of a short jet that time from a flanker position. He did get the yards back that were lost, +1, but it's still going to be a 3rd and long, a 3rd and 8, and a man down for Potosi, and that's never good. Can't see exactly who that is. Providing mental health services since 1903 right here in Farmington, serving over 350 patients with over 1,000 employees. One of the largest employers in St. Francis County at Southeast Missouri Mental Health Center. Find out how you can become part of their family by scheduling an interview today at dmh.mo.gov or call 573-218-6800. Call Good guy, Rick Capias with the Human Resources Department over there. Don't make him better. So gain of 4 by Carson Boyer. That was his third carry. He's got 9 yards. And I still haven't been able to make out the number of the young man down on the ground.
I mean, I don't want to say it was Jordan Sparks, but I want to say maybe it was number 55, Potosi's offensive line.
Yeah. Maybe Mike's a little bit closer than we are, but still a little bit tough to see down there. What's coming up next for these clubs? Well, for the Central Rebels, they'll go to Valley, which I love having that series restarted after so many years where those two didn't play. And they've played 3 times since Valley came back into the MAFC, and Valley has won both regular season meetings. Central won the big state district championship game last year, but always just a couple of great programs meeting. Then it's at Dexter, and then a game that will be back for the Farmington game in week number 9 right here at Rebel Stadium. And the Potosi youngster gets some help from his friends to come off the field.
You know, and you said you love hearing and seeing that rivalry reinstated. You know, how many of the listening viewers, so to speak, that we have, how many of them knew that those two head coaches of Central and Valley not only were teammates at Valley, but also roommates at Lindenwood? You know, to know that there's a little bit extra there. There's a friendship plus a little on-field rivalry being old former teammates.
Well, and anybody who knows anything about a best friend, you want to beat your best friend, whether it's
exactly right.
The driveway or the state title game.
That's exactly right.
So Potosi takes a timeout. We'll step aside with them for here just a moment. And we're back with 41 seconds remaining, and we're tied at 14, Central and Potosi. And we're back after this on Parkland Sports Live.
Selection and savings await at K & Company Boutique on State Street in Deloge. From dresses to athletic wear, accessories to jewelry, shoes, hats, handbags, and more. There's so much to see at K & Company Boutique. Kids clothing, graphic apparel. You won't believe the selection. Check out the new arrivals at shopkco.com and shop online. You can even download their app. K & Company Boutique, open 7 days a week.
41 seconds remaining in our first half. Got a great ball game. We saw Central play an absolute thriller in Fredericktown, double overtime there. They come off a triple overtime victory against St. Genevieve last week, 40-34. I was kind of kidding around with Corey Schweiss this week, and I said, Jake and I will be there, and we are prepping for 5 overtimes. And he said, be careful what you wish for. Here's a 3rd and 8 by Potosi. They'll flood the right side with 3 wide receivers, and they'll have their running back off the right hip of their quarterback, David Miller, as well. He wants to throw the football, and he chucks it to a wide receiver, Lamming, who's coming back, and he ended up being in the area. A couple of things right there, Jake. First of all, Miller extending the play with his feet, and secondly, if Lamming doesn't sprint back near the line of scrimmage, that's probably intentional grounding.
Yeah, you have to be careful because, again, we go back to how close to the line or how close to the ball does the receiver have to be. The rule in high school football, outside the tackles, but that ball has got to get back to the initial line of scrimmage before it hits the ground.
Unless the receiver's in the area.
Unless the receiver's in the area. You can't just throw it out of bounds. You have to make sure it gets to the line of scrimmage if no receiver.
So Potosi to boot it away right here. It's a short punt, and Karras Foster comes up to take it to the 42-yard line. He breaks the tackle, makes a man miss. He's to the 50, now the opposite 40, cuts back to the 30, 20, and shoved out of bounds at the 11-yard line. There's the difference we talked about, Jake, in terms of being aggressive and fielding that punt and letting it hop and getting distance for the other team. We thought we were going to go to break tied at 14, and Karras Foster just changed the math.
And that's the biggest part about it. If you have enough confidence come up, the only thing is you've got a guy crashing down on you. You see the ball coming in. Your peripheral sees the long snapper or the gunner coming into your face. Is securing that. Great move, but I tip the cap to Ren Mapes, the punter, to get him out of bounds and not give up the touchdown.
1st and 10 for Central. They've got it at the 11-yard line of the Potosi Trojans. And you could thank Karras Foster for putting that whole thing together for them. They've got a jumbo back coming in. It's an unknown Rebel. He's not on the roster. Somebody did the old switcheroo on the number. But Jackson Jones is going to be the quarterback, and they'll bring in an extra blocker as well here to try to get as much beef to the hole as they can. So Jones, behind the entire Central student body, takes it up the middle. He's inside of the 5, all the way down to the 3, and with 15 seconds left, Corey Schweiss and company take a timeout.
So the unknown, the mysterious man wearing number 44 used to wear number 71 in Justin Fields.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, Justin Robinson.
Thank you.
And he is a mountain of a man. Going from wearing number 71 to 44, you know there's going to be a little bit of weight in that exchange of numbers to run behind.
So Justin Robinson is the guy, and he used to wear 71.
And he's 6'4", 240.
And now he's in 44?
And now he's in 44.
Well, I don't know how you found out, but good job.
Well, that would be our man on the sideline. That was a Mike Reeves update.
Wesley Williams, an extra blocker. That's just a case study of getting more men to the hole than the defense can try to get there.
Yeah, and in this situation, that's exactly what you're looking for. You have an extra overload side. You're just trying to find that extra seam that they're not able to pick up in the gap defense.
15 seconds remaining in the first half, and Central staring down the goal line here, trying to take this lead. This drive set up by the sensational punt return from Karis Foster of 57 yards. So Jackson Jones in the backfield, along with August Black. Lead blockers all in front. Jones goes to the left side, tries to get to the outside, dives, but can't get there. He's down to the 2-yard line, and these Trojans stiffen. 11 seconds remaining. And another timeout by Corey Schweiss and the Central Rebels, and now they're out of timeouts.
Well, and the situation is, it doesn't matter the timeouts or the timeouts. You got 11 seconds. You initially have 2 plays here, depending on what you do. If you run, you only have 1 play you've got to get in if you don't score. And number 2 is you can run a pass play here. You can run a bootleg, you can run outside, but you cannot take a sack in this situation.
11 seconds remaining in the first half. We're tied at 14. Potosi and Central, our Southeast Missouri Mental Health halftime show coming up here in just a little bit. Let's take a look at what else is happening around the area tonight. You've got North County at Festus, which I think is an interesting one. Farmington is at Union. Jackson and Cape Central meeting in a good SEMO North matchup, and then Poplar Bluff and Sykeston to round that out. Hillsboro's at Windsor tonight. DeSoto and Fredericktown, a couple of teams that we kind of talked about during that roundtable, a couple of teams making their way up a little bit. That should be a good matchup. Grandview's at Herky, Perryville at Jefferson. St. Vincent 5-0 hosting Bayless. Crystal City at home against Roosevelt. St. Genevieve and Valley, the old Pioneers, the old settlement rivalry. And now here's Central with a football at the Potosi 2-yard line. Jackson Jones with August Black off to his right. He's got lead blockers all in front. He wants to throw the football, and he throws a dart to the end zone. But it was just too hot to handle that time for Karis Foster. Karis gave it a good effort that time, but Jones tried to fit it in a tight spot and just tried to zip it.
Yeah, and you have to feel comfortable with your formation. You have to, if you're going to throw that, you got to at least make the defense think, hey, they're going run package again. You got the one receiver out. It wouldn't have surprised me if they would have came out in their spread, or even an empty set and had some options on where to place that ball.
So a 4th down now, 4th and goal from the 2. And now Jones comes down under center. It's the old tush push. The officials get near the goal line. There's a flag down. Nobody's signaling touchdown. But Potosi's not celebrating either. And another sideline warning on Central. Is this not a warning? Will this be an infraction, Jay?
Well, it should be an infraction on this one because he was down past the 25 marker. So the coach's box goes 25 to 25 for players and coaches.
Did they blow the play dead? Because Potosi stopped them, it appeared.
Potosi, it looked like they stopped. There were 2 flags came on, so I don't know exactly what they're going to mark off here. I don't know if there was early movement or encroachment possibly on Central themselves lining up in the neutral zone.
So they do call that sideline infraction. Was that just 3rd down? Did I lose my way? I swore it was 4th.
Should have been 4th down.
I swore that was 4th down.
Unless, it's
on the scoreboard, it says 3rd down because I thought that play was going to count. I swore that was 4th down.
It was 4th and 1. I don't know, replay the down. I mean, unless they did call it a touchdown, and you do have to accept the penalty if you're Potosi.
Instead, Central trying a field goal here that's blocked. Potosi blocked it, and they pick it up, and they're headed the other way. Potosi blocking the field goal and running the length of the field. It's Carter Pyatt, and he goes all the way back, 87 yards on the final play of the first half. A whole lot of squirrely action at the end of this first half, but a special teams play by the Potosi Trojans puts them on top on the final play of this first half. An 87-yard field goal block, and Carter Pyatt scoops it and scores it, and it's the Purple Trojans 20 and the Central Rebels 14.
I'm almost dumbfounded on what to say there, because we have to go back to that 4th and 1. You have a 4th and 1. I think the near sideline judge did signal a touchdown, which would make sense. 4th and 1 turns into 4th and 6 because Dylan Wyrick has to accept that penalty to scoot him back to 4th and 6, because if he declines it, it's a touchdown.
So it was a 4th down, but okay, I never saw him signal.
I think he signaled it, but then
it had to have been, yeah. Well, let's go down to the field. And Mike Reeves going to catch up with Corey Schweiss. And I've never seen a final few seconds quite like that in the first half. Mike waiting for Coach Schweiss down there. And Coach certainly not going to be happy with the outcome of that final play of the first half. But, well, it doesn't come much more exciting, I'll tell you that.
No, it doesn't. And it seems like every game that you and I have, when we go to a Central game, we're in for some fireworks and excitement all the way through.
All right. So Mike's still kind of waiting on Coach Schweiss, and that's fine. We'll stay right here with him. We'll tabulate up all your stats as we move along. There's so many hidden stats, though, Jake, in this one, because you have the big punt return by Karis Foster. That set up what looked like was going to be a go-ahead score. And then the 87-yard blocked field goal returned for a touchdown. That's not going to go against offense or defense. That's kind of that hidden yardage. And Mike, we'll send it down to you now.
Not asking you to tell me more than what you can, but what are they telling you about the play in which they called the penalty that took away the touchdown?
Well, it's just aggravating. I hear stuff from I talk to head of officiating. I get what's legal, what's not. I get, and then it's never called the same. I just there has to be better communication between top dogs and officiating and people calling on the field. That's all. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
We'll talk to you afterwards.
All right, getting coach's thoughts, and before we head toward break, Jake, let's because I never saw them signal touchdown, but that is ultimately what had to have happened, and it wasn't 3rd down as they put on the scoreboard. It indeed was 4th down as we understood it, and that forced them then back into a kicking opportunity, a field goal, which then Potosi blocks, and here we are at the half, 20-14 Potosi.
Well, and you know, the first time you and I watched Central, they don't go for any extra points. You know, it kept being 2-point. We knew they had somebody that could chip shot them, so they have been successful with extra points tonight. The one thing to note, besides the catastrophe of the entire play to set up the 4th and 6 from the 8-yard line for the field goal opportunity, was the fact that the snap was decent. The hold met the backside of the block, which slowed the progression, which was that half second they needed for the block. But then it was the whole wave of white and purple down the field. I mean, they were not letting anybody. There was a caravan looking back behind, making sure there was no Central defender or offensive guy at that point.
And Central looked kind of stunned, like they weren't sure if they should go tackle.
I mean, I think the players on the field, and you heard Coach Schweiss, I think everybody was completely stunned with the entire situation of trying to figure out what's going on, because you're Central. You got to get your kicking team on the field before you get a delay of game and then take yourself out of field goal range. So in that situation, like, there's a lot of confusion. And when you get into a high school kid's head and you've got confusion on the field, you know, sometimes you lock up and you don't focus in on those few things that you need. Good snap, good hold, good kick.
Well, we'll let Wyatt Colley bring you the pictures of the band during our halftime show, brought to you by Southeast Missouri Mental Health. And then we'll rejoin you after that. We'll break down some of the numbers and talk about I know that broadcasters often say it, but kind of a wild first half of play. 20-14, it's Potosi leading Central, and we have come to the break.
Marching Rebels began their competition this season on September 21st at the Farmington Invitational, where they took first place in their class, as well as caption awards in Outstanding Auxiliary, Outstanding Visuals, and Outstanding Music. Marching Rebels continue their season October 12th at the Sykeston Marching Invitational. Now also for your halftime entertainment, Central Dance Team will be performing a jazz routine choreographed by sophomores and Captain.
Ready to roll up your sleeves and dive into a hands-on career? Mineral Area College is ready for you. Their Mac Tech industry and technology programs are all about getting to work and making things happen. Whether you thrive on fixing, building, or just plain problem solving, they've got a pathway for you. Welding, HVAC, auto tech, construction, and more. You'll gain the practical skills and real-world experience needed to thrive in today's job market. Take the first step to a fulfilling career in a Mac Tech program. Apply today at mineralarea.edu.
The Department of Mental Health for the state of Missouri is seeking an advanced practice nurse to fill a position on their East-Southeast Regional Forensics Mobile Team. This position includes daytime travel, a flexible work schedule with remote work options available, at a salary of $130,000 annually, and tremendous benefits. This opening will not last long. To apply for the advanced practice nurse position or any other with the Department of Mental Health, please call 573-218-6800 or go to dmh.mo.gov. The state of Missouri is an equal opportunity employer. We celebrate diversity and are committed to creating an inclusive environment for all employees.
With You Choose Rewards and your Ozarks Federal Debit MasterCard, you can earn points with every swipe of your card. Redeem your points for cash or something from a vast online catalog. Visit youchooserewards.com to register. Ozarks Federal, member FDIC.
You'll love the food at the Riverside Grill in downtown Park Hills. Like homemade chicken and dumplings on Wednesdays, meatloaf on Thursdays, and all-you-can-eat catfish, chicken, and shrimp on Fridays. Or enjoy the open-faced beef and fried chicken on Sundays. The Riverside Grill opens 7 days a week, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Amazing food awaits at the Riverside Grill, downtown Park Hills. Lincoln Street Creamery in downtown Deloge is a family-owned and operated business with a passion for creating delicious food that ignites happiness. The dedication to quality and flavor drives them to handcraft hearty meals and sweet treats to satisfy every craving. Lincoln Street has floats, shakes, sundaes, splits, and other delicious creations. Go to LincolnStreetCreamery.com to see the menu and hours and fuel your sweet treat craving. Lincoln Street Creamery in downtown Deloge. Follow them on Facebook today.
Hi, my name is Jonas, and I go to St. Joseph in Farmington. My friends in the St. Joseph Youth Group are planning another mission trip to Belize next July. The group will help rebuild and repair Catholic schools in the country. Just call St. Joseph Catholic Church in Farmington for more information. And don't forget about the drive-through chicken fry on Sunday, October 6th, right outside the school cafeteria. Chicken, sides, and desserts for just $10 a plate. Help the St. Joe Youth Group help other young Catholics in Belize by supporting their mission trip.
Fuel up your vehicle and body at Potosi Golf on Middle Street in Potosi. Potosi Golf has an almost 5-star rating with Gas Buddy, so you know they keep their gas prices low. Couple that with great deals on food and drinks, and Potosi Golf can become your first and last stop of the day. Conveniently located near Highway 8 and 47, you can always get in and out quickly. Fill her up at Potosi Golf.
Premier Muscle and Joint in Park Hills empowers health through personalized chiropractic care. Dry needling with electrical stimulation helps with pain relief, muscle function, blood flow, and more. Got an athlete in the family? Premier Muscle and Joint offers dry needling, cupping for increased circulation, and Normatec boots for next level recovery. It's the ultimate recovery toolkit. Premier Muscle and Joint in Park Hills? Find us on Facebook and schedule an appointment today.
With UCheese Rewards and your Ozarks Federal Debit MasterCard, you can earn points with every swipe of your card. Redeem your points for cash or something from a vast online catalog. Visit ucheeserewards.com to register. Ozarks Federal, member FDIC.
Selection and savings await at K & Company Boutique on State Street in Deloge. From dresses to athletic wear, accessories to jewelry, shoes, hats, handbags, and more. There's so much to see at K & Company Boutique. Kids clothing, graphic apparel. You won't believe the selection. Check out the new arrivals at shopkco.com and shop online. You can even download their app. K & Company Boutique, open 7 days a week.
Ready to roll up your sleeves and dive into a hands-on career? Mineral Area College is ready for you. Their Mac Tech industry and technology programs are all about getting to work and making things happen. Whether you thrive on fixing, building, or just plain problem solving, they've got a pathway for you. Welding, HVAC, auto tech, construction, and more. You'll gain the practical skills and real-world experience needed to thrive in today's job market. Take the first step to a fulfilling career in a Mac Tech program. Apply today at mineralarea.edu.
Thanks so much for joining us on our Southeast Missouri Mental Health halftime show. And at the break, it's 20-14 Potosi, the road team here at the Central homecoming. Central has won the last 6 in this series. They've won 14 of the last 15. And the Potosi Trojans have come in here without, well, I think everyone would agree, their best football player, Noah Walton, who's injured and is setting this one out. But he has gotten a lift by the rest of his team. The freshman David Miller has looked good at the quarterback spot. The defense has stood up, and they've gotten contributions from really everybody around. Carter Pyatt, Clayton Richards, Thomas Lamming has done a nice job catching the ball. Jude Litton, Carson Boyer, and then the lines, of course, are doing their job for the Potosi Trojans as well. And Jake the Difference is a monster special teams play on the final play of the first half.
And something, Chad, that we were talking off air, Mike Reeves and I were talking about, and he said, mention that from the coaching standpoint. So we found out, we thought it was the sideline warning that they were giving us.
The initial indication looked like that.
And we're like, well, that would be a 15-yard penalty, but then they marked off 5. And as we come to find out, and kind of what led into maybe the chaos of that field goal, or in the field goal block, was the fact that they were calling aiding the runner, which in high school rules, aiding the runner has to be from the front side, which would be one of those A-backs or a lineman, turning around and physically grabbing Jackson Jones and pulling him into the end zone.
So that's illegal if you do that.
That is illegal. That is aiding the runner. In any other type of tush-push scenario where you are pushing from the rear of the quarterback or any runner, that's not aiding the runner. So that's why Corey Schweiss.
So that's legal.
That is legal. You can be the running back and push your quarterback into the end zone. And it's not NFL rules where you have to be a yard away. As long as you are physically behind him and shoving and not pulling in, there's no such thing as aiding the runner from that angle.
So in that scenario, we can only assume that if what the officials saw and called was someone pulling Jackson Jones into the end zone with them. Okay.
It would have had to have been somebody turning, grasping, and almost pulling on top to the fall to make them. So leading to that, though, you're trying to figure that out on the field. Your play clock's ticking down. You send on your field goal unit. And
a unit that they don't use very often.
Correct. I mean, they've really introduced them the last few weeks into the game. You're set up fine. Snap was good. Hold was a little bit outside. Hits the back of the tee, causes that split second, half second of chaos to allow the wing to come around the edge, block it, and the 87 yards the other way by Carter Pyatt. And it was tremendous. I mean, a tremendous shift because who gets the ball coming out of half?
Yeah. Potosi gets it right back.
back.
Carter had a convoy with him, too. Let's break down some of the numbers here at the half, and we'll head on over to Mike Reeves as well as soon as he's able to catch up with Potosi coach Dylan Wyrick. But how about this, Jake? This is how even it was. 136 total yards for Potosi, 135 total yards for Central. Here's where I'm maybe a little surprised, especially with Noah Walton not being available for Potosi tonight, a guy that rushes for 100 yards a game. The Central Rebels have 52 yards rushing, and the Potosi Trojans have 112. The Central Rebels are led by Jackson Jones. He's got 40 yards on 10 carries, and the Potosi Trojans are led by their quarterback, David Miller, who has a 47-yard touchdown try. He has 63 total yards on only 4 carries. Carter Pyatt with 6 tries and 28 yards. Miller has thrown 3 balls complete for 24 yards on 5 tries. And for Jackson Jones, he has 83 yards passing. He has completed 10 balls out of 17 tries, and his main target has been Nick Fowler. He's looked for him all night long. 5 catches for Nick for 55 yards.
Well, I think it says something if you're Coach Wyrick, knowing that coming into this game, you knew you were going to get a Jackson Jones show. I mean, we all know what this offense is based on. They come out their first series. The series takes 7 minutes off the clock, but how much throwing Jackson was doing. Receivers were doing a great job. You know, as the games went on, you see that wear and tear on Jackson, though, so it gets a little tough.
Well, we've got Coach Wyrick over on the sidelines with Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Coach, they say never think you've seen everything you can see in a sport. That first half had a little bit of everything. You come out of it with the lead. What are your general thoughts on the half? There was a lot going on.
I'm just really proud of our kids for not giving up there after that punt return. That was, you don't see very often things go that way after they punch it in there. Everybody's tired on both sides of the ball, and whenever they're that close to the end zone, you got a guy like Jackson Jones in the backfield and the offensive line like that, and guys that move bodies the way they do. For us to be able to come away with that one was a blessing and something that we have to take advantage of.
How much do you like the resiliency too? Because you had a horrible sequence with the penalty muff punt, but yet the kids kept their heads about them and their wits. How much were you impressed with that?
I'm really happy, man. It's been a rough past few weeks, and there's been situations in these past 3 games that we've played that we haven't been able to bounce back the way these kids have, and we haven't been very mentally tough. So I was really proud of how they carried themselves and kept their composure.
See you postgame.
See you later.
Guys, back up to you.
Great job, Mike, down there. And, of course, Coach Dylan Wyrick, very pleased with the way his team really gutted that thing out, because, Jake, it felt like with 30 seconds left after that punt return, okay, Central's going to go in with a 1-touchdown lead. I mean, it just felt like that's the way it was going to go.
I think we all knew that the time consumption was going to be there. They're going to milk the clock. They're going to punch one more in. And, you have the sequence of events that we came back from half with and told you guys about. And I think that's a huge shift. It's 3 points off the board for Central. Technically, it's a touchdown off the board for Central.
In kind of a 13, 14-point swing in a way.
And that's a huge shift because Potosi's going to receive. But we also know that we're dealing with 2 coaching staffs here, both Potosi and Central, that do a great job at halftime getting their team set up for the second half.
All right. Well, let's go back down with Mike. And Mike, of course, Coach Wyrick's so proud of what his team was able to do there at the end of the first half. And they'll get the football coming to start this third quarter, Mike.
Well, the first thing I want to talk to you about is I just had a chance to talk to the white cap, the official on the field, and I said, here's what we saw and what we thought related to aiding the runner. He said, exactly. And I said, are you allowed to expand on that at all? He said, arms can't be straight out, they have to be in. We had a player from behind with arms straight out and extended. They needed to be in, like in more of a blocking look. He said that's why we called what we did. So I wanted to share that with you. We got some insight from the official on the call on the field on the aiding the runner. Beyond that, I was looking at something, guys. We talked about this during the roundtable discussion. I'm looking at that district again and thinking about what's going on. Potosi, Central, Fredericktown, St. John, all in the same district. And look at the kind of games those teams are playing between each other. That district's going to be wild.
Great report, Mike. Outstanding. In fact, the only people that really know what's going on in this football game right now are the people listening to Parkland Sports Live because of Mike Reese talking to the official. Outstanding work down there.
I'm saying that's something that, in all honesty, in all my years of coaching, I'm not sure how new that rule is to arms extended versus arms bent on aiding the runner, because you look at all these offenses that run this inside run game and you see a lot of times that those guys are being pushed from behind.
We'll check some scores real quick. Farmington leading Union at the half 21-7. It's Festus leading North County 17-0. Hillsboro's all over Windsor 43-8. A great battle at Fredericktown. DeSoto leads at the half 16-13. Herky leading Grandview 7-0. It is Jefferson over Perryville 21-14. Crystal City leads Roosevelt 16-6. And Valley all over St. Genevieve 47-0. Fox is leading Northwest Cedar Hill 35-0. Scores from around the area. So Potosi to get the football to start this second half of play. And here's a kick that goes deep, but out of bounds. And that will give Potosi good field position to start this second half of play. Our thanks to Jacob Towers doing a terrific job engineering our broadcast tonight on Parkland Sports Live. And Wyatt Colley doing a great job as well, giving us our pictures. He had the halftime show for us. Got a great shot of Mike Reeves over there with Coach Dylan Wyrick there at the half as well. Great job by Wyatt Colley. Appreciate their tremendous work. So Potosi comes out of here, and they've got a freshman quarterback that hasn't really looked like a freshman tonight, Jake.
No, he's done a tremendous job. He's controlling this offense very well, been poised with his demeanor, and also his ability to manipulate that mesh point in the backfield to get this central defense kind of off task.
He sure did that on that big 47-yard touchdown trot where the defense bit one way, he went the other way. He has to leap to get this snap right here, gives it off to Pyatt, and Pyatt is able to struggle forward for just a pair of yards, and then brought down by Max Woods, who delivered the final hit. Dakota Bowers helping him out there. But Central's defense bases like this tonight. Aiden Reddick, a tackle or nose, plays a one-take. Caden Boer and Silas Richardson on the outside. But Central really with 5 linebackers tonight. Max Woods, John Boyer, Jackson Jones, Chad Cosby, Dakota Bowers. They play a little bit of kind of a hybrid type of a guy. Brady Schweiss plays that position a lot. Corey Schweiss's son, but he is injured. Jackson Kelly, Karis Foster on the corners. Barrett Henson, the safety here. And the handoff once again goes to Carter Pyatt. Not a lot of room for him, but he does manage to at least fall forward and set up a 3rd and 4 here for Potosi.
Well, there's a flag on the play that came in. It looks like it was a hold on the backside.
So that'll nullify that play. 4th penalty on Potosi for 40 yards. Let's head down to the field real quick and check in with Mike Reeves as Potosi goes backwards here.
Hey, guys, I will keep this one short, but that sequence at the end of the first half, I know there's been a lot of people at a lot of levels saying, listen, the technology's there. High school officials should also have the ability to talk to the crowd, talk to the media, just like they do at the college and pro level with announcing the penalty, what they saw. That would have been very beneficial for everybody at the end of the half because a lot of people had no clue what was really going on.
You got that right. We fortunately have a Mike Reeves. And now here's a roll to the left side for Potosi, and they do get it complete. They managed to get 6 yards to Jude Litton. You know, you're not going to probably get all that back in one play. That's a good, nice little scramble.
Unfortunately, we got more laundry on the field, so we're going back even further.
Well, you're going to talk about a 2nd down in East Elvins coming up.
You're talking about this is not how you want to start with a freshman quarterback putting his – eventually, if they get one more, his heels are going to be on the end zone.
This young man's been composed tonight.
He has been, and they started on the 9-yard line at one point. Sequence of events, penalties wound up bringing him back. But at the same point, he's done a great job and had that composure. This is not what you want to do, though, is keep getting penalty after penalty.
You had so much momentum headed into the half room. You wanted to build on that coming out, starting the 3rd quarter. But I get a sense Potosi's not going to fold tonight no matter what happens. They're playing with pride. So you've got David Miller back in the gun. And you've got Pyatt beside him to his right. And they're going to run a screen to Pyatt. Manages to pick up 1 block and pick up a little bit of an assistance from his teammates. He gets 7 yards. I like the play call, by the way.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, you're like you said, 2nd in East Elvins way out there. But at the same point, you know that they're going to keep bringing a little bit of pressure on you. That's where the holding penalties are coming from. PJ's done a great job. Coach Jones has done a great job sending blitzers these last few plays that have kind of, been a little bit of a nuisance to this offensive line.
9:55 and counting down in the 3rd, 20-14. It's Potosi leading Central. Twins to each side. Quarterback Miller, running back Pyatt off of his left hip. Snap is a good one to him. And he's got a clean pocket as he airs it down the middle of the field. And this pass is complete. Blaine Maxwell snatches it out of the air. He ripped it away from the defender right there on a tremendous play. And it's a gain of 56 yards down the right sideline. What a play, what a pass, and what a catch.
And what composure to stand back there and wait, because that was not a wide open receiver. That young man was in phase as the defensive back. He was on the hip, and he dropped it right over the helmet of that defensive safety.
And Jake, David Miller, the freshman, had the pocket collapsing around him and hung in there and delivered.
And he said, here you go.
So 1st and 10 for Potosi. They've got it at the central 20-yard line after the magnificent play down the right sideline. Carter Pyatt is the running back. Off the left tip of his quarterback, they're going to throw a run blitz at him this time, and he's got no chance. That'll throw him for a 6-yard loss all the way back out to the 25-yard line. Well, P.J. Jones basically said, let's get aggressive here, fellas.
Well, I think that's the perfect time to do it. You got to take that wind out of their sail. You know, they just hit a 56-yard pass. They come up with that huge play. Don't let them get more momentum. Send them backwards.
Did that sophomore, 5'10", 145-pound Blaine Maxwell high-point that thing or what?
He high-pointed it beautifully. He did everything. That was just a picture-perfect play.
That's tremendous. Twins to each side for the quarterback, Miller. He's got a 2nd and 15 here. He's got his running back Pyatt off of his left hip. He fakes a handoff. He's going to try and take it straight up the gut. There's just nothing there. It's a 2-yard loss. 4 red shirts right on top of him. Coming off the bottom of that pile is Max Woods. The nose guard, Aiden Reddick, is there to help. So a -7 over the last 2 plays by Potosi.
Well, and that was the exact same play that David Miller ran to get that 47-yard touchdown. Jet sweep motion, and QB gap back. This time Central was staying home and doing their jobs.
7:55 remaining in their third quarter. Potosi 20, Central 14. 2 wides to each side. You've got a tight end and the arrangements off to the right side and a single running back off the left hip of the quarterback. Miller fires it out there, and this one was nearly picked with room to run. Jackson Kelly on the defense over there. Read it right, stepped it right, and swatted it down.
That was a dangerous play. I almost thought he was pump faking because the way that safety came down, I thought he was going to wind up going over the top, but it was a simple hitch route. He underthrew it.
So it's one of those tweeners positions right here, especially in high school football where you just don't have a lot of legs that are going to be able to make a 42, 43-yard field goal. And even though you have 16 yards to go, well, you go for it. You definitely don't punt it, of course.
I mean, even if you don't get the first down and you get positive yards past this, it's the same thing as a punt because you are in that in-between situation.
So Miller's back in the pocket. He's hanging in there. He fires this one towards the end zone. He's got a man underneath the ball. It's Blaine Maxwell who did it again. Blaine Maxwell hauls it in on the 22-yard touchdown grab. And Jake Whitener, he caught that one blind over the top of his head.
I don't even know what to say because you knew they had to go for 17 yards plus to get the first down. As we just talked, if they don't get it, it's giving up a punt. But if you are the Central defense, you know he's already beat you once on that on a go route. Now you just had a simple corner route, and your eyes are almost lying to you as the safeties in this position, waiting and waiting. Can this freshman really throw it that far and that accurate? And the answer is yes, he can.
26-14, 7:35 remaining in the third quarter, and Potosi trying to go for 2 right here. Miller, the quarterback, gives it to his running back, and Pyatt is stuffed. 7:35 remaining in the third, 26-14. There's a new name around the area. A sensational wide receiver. His name is Blaine Maxwell, and he had 2 huge catches, including that 22-yard touchdown to put Potosi on top by 2 touchdowns here at Central. Let's take a break here on Parkland Sports Live. We're back with your kickoff after this.
Fuel up your vehicle and body at Potosi Golf on Middle Street in Potosi. Potosi Golf has an almost 5-star rating with Gas Buddy, so you know they keep their gas prices low. Couple that with great deals on food and drinks, and Potosi Golf can become your first and last stop of the day. Conveniently located near Highway 8 and 47, you can always get in and out quickly. Fill her up at Potosi Golf.
And we're back to Rebel Stadium here at Park Hills Central. 7:35 remaining in the third quarter, 26-14. And Potosi was headed the wrong way on their first offensive possession, and then they started headed in the right way on a couple of huge gains on tosses to Blaine Maxwell, a 56-yard catch, and then the 22-yard touchdown catch. And David Miller looked very sharp as the quarterback and found a sophomore running mate to head all the way down the field and score it. Central with a good return right here as they'll take the ball and start this drive at their own 48-yard line. Tell us about the touchdown drive, Jake.
Well, it was beautiful again. I mean, we're watching David Miller start to march as a freshman, march this Potosi offense. Total drive was 4 minutes and 25 seconds, 7 plays minus the penalties, 65 yards total for a 22-yard cap on that touchdown pass.
We'll check in with Mike Reeves coming up after this play. As you've got Jackson Jones, the quarterback. He's going to take it straight up the gut, but Potosi, they're laying dead red for him right now, Jake. I mean, they're going to key on him right now, and it's a loss of 2 yards. Mike Reeves, you saw a couple of fantastic plays by a young sophomore and young freshman from Potosi down the field there.
Over the years of covering high school sports in the area, Greg Allen, who's worked with me a lot and our fourth member of our crew, we've talked a lot about we get enjoyment out of watching plays that are above the high school level made by high school kids. Both of those catches were not high school level catches. Those were above the level of high school. They were remarkable. I had a great view of each one of them. Potosi really, really playing well.
Yeah, good observation. Certainly were there spectacular grabs. This is a 2nd and 12 for Central. They're going to flood the left side and go just quarterback power, and Jones is hammered down to the ground. Thumped right there by Clayton Richards, running hard from that linebacker position.
It wouldn't surprise me if they don't start using some type of motion here to get Foster, because right now Jackson's their read key. Jackson Jones is Potosi's defense read key. You got to use some motion here to get somebody in motion here to maybe get the ball in someone else's hands.
Karis Foster doesn't have a carry tonight, Jake. Another capable runner certainly for these Central Rebels. This is a 3rd and 12, and it's still straight up the gut for Jackson Jones. He's got a chance at this thing as he dives forward. He needed 12, and he got 10. 49 yards rushing for Jackson Jones. Came into the ballgame averaging 124 on the year, but it does put Central in the position where they can go for it here.
Yeah, and I think maybe you tried to hard count, but the last time they hard count, they jumped themselves. So you're going from a 4th and 4, possibly trying to get a first down hard count, back to 4th and 9 if you're not disciplined.
Gage Toomey is the running back, standing off the right hip of Jackson Jones. He'll resituate him to the left side. 3 wides to the right, 1 man off to the left side. And they'll just go Jackson Jones power once again. He's met in the hole. I think he just got it.
Second effort was there. It was the spin off of the initial contact, but what great contact coming downhill to stop Jackson Jones at 2 yards. But again, it's the Jackson Jones show, and he's again late to get up off the ground.
5:20 remaining in this third quarter. 5:20 and counting down. 26-14. Potosi leads this by 2 touchdowns. It was an 87-yard blocked field goal that they took back to score on the very final play of the first half, Carter Pyatt. And then a touchdown pass to a sophomore, Blaine Maxwell, from 22 yards. And that put them up by the 2 touchdowns. They'll fake the jet sweep, the orbit motion, and now Jones keeps it, weaving his way through the defense. That's a gain of 9.
Central's very, very fortunate there. The jet motion's coming in. The back started to leave before the snap. They got away with an illegal shift there or an illegal man in motion. They're going to have to be careful. If they're going to start using motion, which they haven't done a lot tonight, they got to make sure all bodies are holding still, holding their water.
The offensive line holding up enough for Central to push this thing down the field. It's been, as you said, the Jackson Jones show. They've just stayed with him. This is a little bit like the overtimes in the fourth quarter we saw at Fredericktown.
From the defensive side, though, you have to make sure you're staying disciplined, though.
Jones keeps it again. Heads to his right. Nowhere to go. Comes back to his left for the first down. He does have it, but there's a flag. Came a little bit late to the middle of the action. And as the officials look toward the box here, it's a hold whistled on Central. 6th penalty for Central for 45 yards. I'd like to thank some of our sponsors like Reynolds Landscaping, Lincoln Street Creamery, Kagan Company, Potosi Golf, Nuvo Athletic Representative Tia Cunningham, and BetterHelp.com/The Barn. Thanks so much for sponsoring our coverage of area high school football right here on Parkland Sports Live. 4:11 remaining in the third, 26-14. It's Potosi by 2 touchdowns, but Central driving it into Trojan territory. Potosi playing without, well, what really most everyone thinks is their best player, Noah Walton. Their leading running back who runs for 100 yards a game. A pinpoint pass over to the left side and a long out route to Karis Foster, who goes down and stumbles. It's a gain of 18 yards on the completion to Foster.
I think that's the body they need to. We need to start saying a little bit more. I really think Foster needs to be their guy here in the second half to at least take pressure off of Jackson, so everyone starts to see Foster show, and then Jackson can slip through these A gaps instead of taking the abuse right now that he's taking.
101 yards passing now for Jackson Jones, and they move the sticks again. Line of scrimmage just outside of the 27-yard line of Potosi. They fake it to Foster this time. Jones keeps it, driving through the defense, evading a tackler, and it's good for a 4-yard gain. Jones pushing his way toward 100. 16 carries and 65 for him so far tonight. He's got a touchdown run. 3:35 remaining in the third, 26-14. It's been a quickly moving game.
It has been. I was just getting ready to say, I mean, it's one of those that you kind of have to keep track of your time here. I know we're in the third quarter, but every series is going to matter here. You got to make sure that you're using the most of your time. But what I was also going to say was that motion there, that's what we call that insert motion. It looks like jet sweep. He takes just a little bit deeper angle for an insert in between the tackle and the guard.
Trips to the right side. They've got 2 wide receivers shoulder to shoulder on the right side as Jackson Jones rolls it to the right side, throws it on the out route, and just in and out of the hands of his tight end, Nick Fowler. Mike Reeves caught up with the guy that we've mentioned a few times, Noah Walton. What's going on with Noah, Mike?
Well, I asked him, I said, how you feeling? He goes, that was the answer. So beyond that, though, he says the hardest thing I've ever done in my life is watch my team play. He goes, when you want to be out there, you want to help. He said, I'd never missed a game until right now and during this sequence that he's been out, but I know it's killing him. You can just see it in his eyes when he's down here in street clothes. He's their biggest fan right now, though, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, he'd be feeling even worse if the score was the other way. 26-14, Potosi leads. Trips to the right side, 1 man off to the left side. Jackson Jones with Toomey in the backfield. Jones tucks it, looks to run it, gets around a guy, breaks a tackle, breaks another. He's pushing inside of the 20, plows his way across the 15 to the 14-yard line. A tremendous run of 10 yards for Jackson Jones.
I'm not sure there's words to express what he just did there. The way he slow-paced, bounced, took contact, rolled off contact to gain 10 yards on probably what is the hardest 10-yard run that we have seen tonight.
He was playing Frogger right there.
That's the best analogy you can say. I mean, it was almost like, if you ever, the kids that play the floor is lava now. You're jumping dot to dot.
Trips to the right, 1 to the left. Jackson Jones with 1 running back in there. He's just inside of the 15-yard line on another first down. Jones rolls it to the right side, wants to throw it. Under a little pressure, tucks it to the 15. Looking for the 10. Puts the head down. Runs over a would-be tackle, and he's down to the 8-yard line. Gain of 8 yards for Jackson Jones. 18 carries for Jackson in the ball game and 83 yards rushing. He's got 101 through the air. He averages over 100 on both throughout the season. 162 through the air and 124 on the ground.
After those last 2 consecutive runs, I mean, those aren't inside power runs. Those are outside bounds. You're depleting the system here. I wouldn't be surprised, Chad, if somebody else touches the ball on this play, just because you still have to move the ball forward here. You are in a 2nd and long 4, 2nd and short 5 situation. You have to be very smart on who carries this ball and this workload.
They'll go that power formation where they have extra blockers out in front, and they do hand it off to August Black, and he rides the wave of blockers down to the 6 on a gain of 2. Outside of Jackson Jones, Jake, before that play, August Black had 1 carry. It was a touchdown, by the way. And Gage Toomey had 1 carry, and that's it. Every other carry from Jackson Jones with 18 of them. Karis Foster Still hasn't touched it. He averages 73.4 yards rushing a game. But not tonight. Karis Foster lines up as the eye back here, though, and he gets it, and he fumbles it, and I think Potosi has it. It just never stuck. Jones hit him in the gut with the football, and it just never stuck. And the guy that's been hitting people tonight just hopped on the ball. Ian Eaton hopped on it, and Potosi's got it back.
You know, and that's the one thing you're starting to see that little bit of, I don't want to call it fatigue, but it is starting to be a little bit of fatigue set in on Jackson. I think it's more physical, not mental. He's still in this ball game mentally, but at the same point, you know, he's getting tired, and when he has to hand it off, he's not used to handing it off. He's used to tucking it and running it tonight.
But we've been waiting for Foster to get it all night, and on his first time he touches, they put it on the ground. So here's Potosi with the football. They're inside of their own 10-yard line. They've got it at their 7. They'll still work from the shotgun, run some motion. And now they're thrown for a 3-yard loss. The Central defense has gotten hyper-aggressive here in the last 3 snaps. Running zone run blitzes, and Carter Pyatt loses 2 yards. Pyatt with 9 carries and 22 yards rushing. His last 2 carries have yielded a total of a -8. 36 seconds remaining here on the third. 26-14. Potosi leading it with a 2nd and 13 coming up. Their entire backfield going to work from inside of their own end zone. Put a man in motion now. That's Carson Boyer. And hand it off over to the left side. They are able to get out from the shadow of their own end zone and gain back that lost yardage on a gain of 4 by Carter Pyatt. And we will go to the fourth quarter, and hear me now. We will go there with Potosi on top of Central by 2 scores, 26-14. And we're back with your fourth after this on Parkland Sports Live.
You'll love the food at the Riverside Grill in downtown Park Hills. Like homemade chicken and dumplings on Wednesdays, meatloaf on Thursdays, and all-you-can-eat catfish, chicken, and shrimp on Fridays. Or enjoy the open-faced beef and fried chicken on Sundays. The Riverside Grill opens 7 days a week, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Amazing food awaits at the Riverside Grill, downtown Park Hills.
That it was Black took it. I don't know. I think Jones was actually, I think it was a wildcat. I think it was an empty formation, and Jones wound up being the guy outside at slot. It was a minimal gain. It was
got 26-14. The Potosi Trojans lead the Central Rebels. And Jake, the Rebels have been able to move the football, but they've had some key errors at some key times. At the end of the first half, it was a field goal that was blocked that Potosi took all the way back, 87 yards for a touchdown. Then in this last series, they get inside the red zone, and for the first time all night, Karis Foster gets the handoff, but they're never able to make the exchange properly, and Potosi's able to get it back off the fumble.
Well, I think that's the hardest thing is you really haven't handed the ball off yet tonight. You are now when your players are getting a little fatigued, so that mesh point hasn't been there for consistency all night.
And if you're Central, and we kind of alluded to this a little bit, the game has been largely on the ground. The clock has been moving. You kind of wonder how many more possessions you're going to get in this ball game.
And that's the toughest thing.
The snap to David Miller. He fires the long flag route out to the left side looking for a first down. And it's just a little bit long for Jude Litton right there.
And that's what I pulled back as David threw the ball. I wanted to make sure we got what the play was going to be. But that's the hardest thing right now is when do you challenge David Miller if you're P.J. Jones in this defense, and when do you blitz him? Because you've already seen that he is able to have poise, put the ball downfield on a mark. He did barely miss outside there. But you also have to be very careful because if you're not willing to play a good coverage right now, David may hurt you even though they're up 2 scores.
Ren Mapes is going to punt it, Jake, and we saw special teams be a key to this game on several occasions. Karis Foster returned the ball back down inside of the 15-yard line, and because Mapes has to angle it away from Karis Foster, Well, it ends up giving Central excellent field position here as the ball goes out of bounds, and Central will start at the Potosi 32-yard line.
And I think that's going to be the hardest thing to do here is you've got to play, if you're Potosi, you've got to play clock management, you've got to play field position the rest of the night. You've got to make sure you limit to maybe only giving 2 possessions total in this whole fourth quarter to Central. If you can maintain the clock, try to give them just this 1 possession in case they score.
Now Central's going to have to figure out what they want to do on extra points if they score these touchdowns too. And that's been something that they've kind of flipped a coin at from time to time this year. Jackson Jones with 83 yards rushing. Has it on the snap, under some pressure, retreats, and fires it back to the right side. And the only man near it was wearing 59, and it didn't get back to the line of scrimmage. And I'm looking for a flag, but I don't see one.
And that's Dylan Wyrick's arguing it over there. There it comes, because that is one that will be a delayed call. They come back, they assess where was the ball, where was the receiver. So it's not surprising to see a late flag thrown on intentional groundings. The officials are actually taught to wait, make the proper call, see where the ball landed, where was the line of scrimmage, then make your mark.
Something that our engineer, Jacob Towers, pointed out to me earlier was that August Black is wearing yellow shoes. And yes, it does look on occasion like this might be a flag, but in this case, there was an actual flag. I think they got it right. 11:45 remaining in the fourth quarter, 26-14, Potosi leading it here. The Trojans 2-3. They went 3-7 last year. In fact, for Potosi, their last winning season came in 2019. They went 6-5 that year. They sure look like a program, much like Fredericktown, Jake, that is making progress. And now here's Jones back in the shotgun. He wants to air it out. He's firing it down that left sideline, and it's a jump ball. And guess who's there? Tom Lamming. And Tom Lamming's been everywhere they needed him to be tonight as he hung out with Karis Foster and made sure that would not be completed.
That was a good defensive play, just making sure that there wasn't a chance for a jump ball.
This puts Central in a 3rd and long, about a 3rd and 18 for the Rebels. Their line of scrimmage is the Potosi 42-yard line. And they've got to get, well, inside the 23, so 3rd and 19. 2 wides to the right, 2 to the left, some jet motion. They'll go with the reverse. Central reversing it. Trying to use that misdirection. And trying to see the guy who ended up, was that Karis Foster? It was. So Karis Foster gaining 10 yards. And let's head down to the field and visit with Mike Reeves.
Guys, I know I'm at a different level and a different view than you are, but do you guys get a sense that this is a monstrous drive? This is a huge play coming up here. I'm not saying the game ends if they don't get it, but this is the biggest play we've seen by far in this game.
Yeah, we were discussing just, counting possessions from this point forward. So you don't have many left that you can't do something with. And a 4th and 9 for Central. And Jackson Jones going to fire it on a long curl route and completes it. A tremendous pass completion to Karis Foster, and it's good for a 1st down. But there is a flag on the play.
I truly think, Chad, this is going to go in the favor of Central. I think there is a late hit on Jackson Jones here. I think you're going to get roughing the passer.
It was a 12-yard completion to Karis Foster, and it is indeed roughing the passer. So you can count the play and tack on more. 113 yards passing for Jackson Jones tonight. And this puts Central well inside of that red zone now. It'll be half the distance to the goal. That'll put them at the 10. 6th penalty against Potosi for 60 yards. Well, you didn't think Central was going to go quietly.
No, we knew they weren't going to go quietly, but like you said, it's the possessions now. You have to be very smart, regardless of teams, on managing this clock. One needs to waste this clock. The other one needs to get the ball back as quick as they can.
A couple of really nice-looking balls by Jackson Jones, Jake. He hasn't really gone down the field very much tonight, but he put that one right between the 1 and the 1 on Karis Foster's jersey. Jackson Jones going to keep it now. It's student body left. He's to the 5, puts the head down, reaches for the end zone. Not quite there. Gets down to the 2 on a gain of 8. Jones with 91 yards rushing on 19 carries. That is a 2nd and goal from the 2. The official whistling for a timeout. Mike Reeves is right on the goal line. He's going to get a good look of this power play coming up. We'll ask him about it right afterward. August Black in the backfield. Jackson Jones, you've got extra lead blockers right behind the line. Potosi trying to fill those gaps as well. Jones cuts back, and he's not touched. A 2-yard touchdown run, Jackson Jones. We've got a 6-point game. 10:09 remaining in the 4th. 26-20 Potosi. The extra point upcoming for Central. Second touchdown run for Jackson Jones tonight. His 9th on the year. And Central looking for the extra point here. The snap is there. The hold is down. And the extra point sails up and through by Devin Graff. We've got a 1-score ball game. In fact, we've got a 5-pointer. 10:09 remaining in the 4th. We're back after this on Parkland Sports Live.
Looking for top quality custom sportswear and activewear? Look no further than Nouveau Athletic. Nouveau Athletic blends innovative design with affordability, revolutionizing activewear for athletes, teams, and enthusiasts alike. From affordable, high-quality team practice wear to specialty sublimated activewear, Nouveau Athletic has grown to become a leader in sportswear and the industry, especially in cheer. Nouveau Athletic, where passion meets quality in every stitch.
For Nouveau Athletic custom apparel locally, contact Tia Cunningham at 573-701-6015.
The kickoff coming up from Central. We're at the 10:09 mark of the 4th quarter, 26-21. Jake will tell us about that touchdown drive coming up here in just a moment. Devin Graff tacks on the extra point. And Central boots it away. It's a corner kick and rolls out of bounds. And Jake, what did that touchdown drive look by the Rebels?
I promise you, we're the kings of less than 2-minute drives in any game that you and I call. Minute 46 seconds is all that it took for Central to find the end zone. Big part of that, though, was the late hit on Jackson Jones that gave him some extra yardage. He capped off a 2-yard touchdown run, but it only took 6 plays and 32 yards to get there.
And Mike Reeves had a great vantage point down there on the field, and Mike Central mixing the pass and run very effectively there.
Yeah, and one of the things I like about that last play, you think of that play as catch it and barrel yourself forward and push through. There was a little bit of a delay and take time and then to step through and find that hole, which he did very well. Guys, I think they need to vary the offense a little bit more than sometimes they do it. But honestly, we're looking at a game right now that, depending on how it plays out, missed conversions by Potosi may play a huge story in this one as we get down the stretch.
Potosi, either too much time or they called a timeout, and they didn't call a timeout, and this will scoot them back 5 yards. Was that a case? I know timeouts are precious. Is it worth taking a timeout there?
I mean, in this situation right now, I think every single penalty is going to play a part in the outcome. I mean, you may burn one there, you may regret it later, but you also save yourself 5 yards, pushing yourself back.
Carter Pyatt, the running back in the backfield, off the left hip of David Miller. Miller's got 2 wides to the right, he's got 1 off to the left, and he throws the comeback route, but it's too tall for his intended target, Thomas Lamming. Well, Central has played 5 games, and they have played 5 overtimes. So they're no stranger to games like this at all.
Well, I mean, you think about that, you're 5 weeks in. They've already played a 6th game and then an extra quarter. They're into bonus football already. That can take a wear on you, though, especially with the smash mouth style that they have going. But here's something I'm going to note. Defense is playing man. These guys keep playing the comeback the 5, 6, 7 yards, double move, show and go.
We'll see if they dial it up as there's the snap to Miller. He's rolling to his right. He's looking down the field. It's another out route, and it's another incompletion just wide of his intended target, Lamming. Well, that man-to-man coverage is getting a little tighter, I think.
It is, and it's good and bad as long as you are in phase, and what that means is you're on the hip of the receiver. For anyone who doesn't know what the coaching term of in phase, you can play the receiver, be able to reach your hand out, deflect the ball, but if your eyes look to the backfield, you better feel where that receiver is or they're going to wander behind you.
So a 3rd and 15 for Potosi. 10:01 remaining in the fourth, 26-21. And Potosi with that 5-point advantage. 2 wides to each side, and they want to throw it again. And there's that go route over the top, and it's picked off by Karis Foster. Twice, Potosi's been able to hit him for bombs over the top, and this time Karis Foster says, my ball. He picks it off at the 30 and comes back to the 35, and a late flag, but it was after change of possession. That's probably better than a punt.
You bet, but also the same. David Miller chucked that ball. And I think if that is any other defensive back other than Foster, I truly think that's a completed pass. It's just one of those where Karis Foster has an extra gear in his little giddy up that maybe he baited David Miller into throwing that ball.
Yeah, he threw it out their ways. But, you know what? That's more yardage than they've been getting on punts.
Yeah,
so
it's not really that bad, but you also don't add any points. So that's the unfortunate. If you're able to maybe hook up there and move the ball, you're also wasting more time off the clock.
So the penalty goes on Central. This scoots them back 5 yards. Thanks for listening tonight on the Parkland Podcast, part of the Barn Podcast Network. The Barn, an emerging media company in Farmington, featuring the Tippy Joe Show, vulgar display of podcasts, birds and swords, and so much more. Be sure to like and subscribe for notifications. Look up the Barn. Jackson Jones looking over to the sideline. He's got Toomey as the running back off of his right hip. He's got 1 wide to the right. He's got 2 to the left. It's been mostly Jones here in the second half, but he threw the ball effectively on the last possession. He underthrows this one, and a good diving effort by Carson Boyer, but can't quite come up with the interception.
There's no lack of effort on the Potosi defensive side. I mean, they're going after every ball that's in the air. They're putting a lot of pressure. The one thing that I would definitely make sure these safeties is Jackson does have a strong arm. If he gets his feet planted out here and they're jumping the underneath of these out routes, you may see that out route turn into a wheel route.
3 wides off to the right, and they'll put Karis Foster on an island over on the left side. He's watched over there by Carson Boyer. Now they're going to run a zone and play him over the top, and this one's nearly picked off. They threw it right to Carter Pyatt, but fortunately for Jackson Jones, Nick Fowler turned into a defensive back and slapped it down. And that thing was going to be picked.
You bet, and that's the one thing I was going to say. Unfortunately for Pyatt, he needs to step into that ball instead of waiting on it. He didn't know where the receiver was. Step in and almost high point. You don't have to jump, but get your hands out and window frame that ball.
If he does that, Jake, it's not only a turnover, it's probably 6 points for him. And a 3rd and long for Jackson Jones. And Jones looking for somewhere to run, can't go anywhere. He's thumped down for a loss of 2. And what a time for Potosi to get tough on defense. Are they going to throw him for a 3 and out here? Yeah, it brings up a 4th down. That's a monster defensive series for Potosi.
Huge. I mean, in both balls that Jackson Jones threw, they weren't even on target. They were behind the receiver on the second one. The first one was well underthrown.
Jones is back to punt. Tom Lamming is the return man. Once again, the punt is short, and Lamming runs away from it. But Potosi will start, Jake, with the ball in Central territory, which Central just couldn't gain any traction on that series.
No, there was no consistency on what they were trying to do. Coming out with 2 straight passes, you got plenty of time to run the ball. You know, you've been a run-the-ball team. Run the ball. You know, you're going to milk some time off the clock moving it down, but at least you're getting some yardage out of it.
Let's go down to the field and see what Mike Reeves is seeing down there.
Because this is hindsight, because I thought it at the time. Is there some validity to saying don't intercept that ball and just knock it down and let a high school team punt to you instead? I mean, as it plays out, it certainly played Potosi's favor. It ended up being a 50-yard punt. I thought it at the time. Jake, I don't know if you tell your players that or not.
It just depends on the situation. In this situation right now, throw it deep. Yeah, if they catch it, good. But at the same point, like you said, knock the ball down. You get the yardage back up here.
Split backs for Potosi. The handoff to Clayton Richards. He goes nowhere. The whole defense collapsed around him. Silas Richardson, Aiden Reddick, Caden Bourne, the front line there for Central, but help from the linebacking core as well, and a loss of 2 that time for Clayton Richards. 8:43 remaining in regulation. A 5-point ball game, 26-21. This is fun. 2nd and 12 for Potosi. David Miller averaging 65 yards passing per game. He's got 99 tonight. He's thrown a couple of deep balls, including a 22-yard touchdown pass on a sensational catch by Blaine Maxwell. But this time Miller's in trouble. He breaks the pocket and rushes forward. He gains 3 yards. It's a modest gain, Jake, but he was almost thrown for a 9-yard loss.
Yeah, he did a great job trying to juke himself out of that collapsed pocket. The only thing is tell that young man, don't dive down with your head down. If you're going to take contact, take it with your shoulder pad. Don't put your helmet down in that situation.
A 3rd and 9 as the clock continues to roll at the 7:50 mark. 26-21, Potosi on top. 14 seconds on the play clock. Potosi just breaking the huddle. Trojans pushing it from our right to our left. 2 wide receivers off to the left side, including Blaine Maxwell, who owns a pair of sensational catches. And Central jumped off sides. Just hopped off sides right there. That was, I believe, Chad Cosby, if I saw it right. Turns a 3rd and 9 to it turns a 3rd and 9 into a 3rd and 4, Jake. But it also might turn what might have been 3-down territory into 4-down territory.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You're in 4-down territory now with it being in 3rd and 4. As long as you get positive yards, if you get thrown backwards or you get a big penalty, you're back in a punting situation of a 3-down territory.
Carter Pye at the running back. David Miller's beside him. 2 wides to each side on this 3rd and 4. Miller barks it out. He fakes it. He keeps it. He throws it off to the left side to Blaine Maxwell, who breaks the tackle and gets down to the 15-yard line. I don't know what was designed there, but David Miller just pulled a Houdini that time, and they gain 11 yards and they move the sticks.
So I'll tell you what that is. That is the spread version of triple option. You have inside run, which is zone read. You pull it as long as your slot, it's a design play call. Your slot or your outside receiver runs a fast now screen or an out screen. You have 3 layers to it. You just have to make sure that corner outside backer can't knock the ball down.
I just know it was beautiful.
It was beautiful. It was well designed.
7:01 remaining in the 4th, 26-21. Potosi leads. If Potosi can punch this in here, they would make it oh so difficult for Central. The handoff on the jet sweep to Blaine Maxwell, and flags are everywhere. That was enough for a first down on a gain of 13. there must have been 5 or 6 holds there, I guess.
Well, and I don't know if they both threw it because they saw the same thing. It was either a hold on the reach or it was a chop block because 2 guys came together. For your sake, you're hoping it's a hold on this and not a chop block and getting a 15 instead of 10.
The worst part for Potosi on that, Jake, and it's a loss of 10, is that the flags came in the interior. Potosi had that thing sealed on the right side.
For those who don't know what a jet sweep is, your man's in motion, it's a handoff. It's pretty much running outside as fast as you can. You tell your lineman you scoop or you sweep step to play side and just get upfield. Just entertain their space.
So it turns what looked like was going to be a first down at around the 13-yard line into a 1st and 20. This time they fake the jet sweep. Miller breaks a tackle, struggles forward, and can only get back to the original line of scrimmage. Oh, mercy. 6:33 and counting down. 26-21 Potosi. It's a 2nd and 20. 2 wides to the right, 2 wides to the left. Once again with Miller with Pyatt off to his left hip. Central with 5 guys at the line of scrimmage. Miller barks out the long count. Curl route, left side, ball's dropped. Boyer had a chance at that one. And that brings up a 3rd and 21. Well, we've seen the Trojans be effective trying to take the top off a few times. The last time they tried, Karis Foster had the answer.
You know, and I think right now, you really don't have anything to lose on this. Just get half of it, or maybe not even half of it. Just run a play to be progressive with positive yards. You're in 4-down territory. The one thing is get every single snap down to 1 second back on that play clock.
Same alignment with 2 wides to each side, 1 running back. Miller gets the snap, looks to his right. He wants to air this one out down the far right sideline. Lamming goes up. He had a chance at it. That was a good battle. He and Foster were right there, and Lamming pounding the turf in disgust. He said, I had a chance to grab that thing.
And I'm going to say this, another great throw. As a freshman, you're not scared to go back to the guy who intercepted you the last time downfield. But understand, from a freshman, he's throwing that ball from the 36-yard line all the way across to the 10-yard line. I mean, you're looking at 45 yards in the air on point, and he actually overthrew his receiver.
5:58 remaining in the 4th, 26-21. And if you're Central, you say, hey, this is what we want. We get the ball with under 6 to go. We melt the clock. We go score. And this is a coffin corner punt, angling, and into the end zone. That was a pretty good effort that time by Ren Mapes. He just about put that out at the 1, Jake.
And he's had some not so good punts in the game. He's a young kid. He's a freshman coming into punt in a varsity situation. New transfer into the district coming over from Farmington last year. This is pressure. This is a pressure situation to get off a good punt, but the punts that he's had so far this game was perfect for a coffin corner that missed by maybe half a yard.
5:52 remaining in the 4th, 26-21. We'll head back down to the field coming up after this play. Jackson Jones in the Central offense. Jones trying to take it back up the gut. Not much there. Gains a pair. We head down to the field with Mike Reeves.
Simple question. It's for both of you. Does this not feel like the epitome of what the Central season has been? They haven't played particularly well at times. They've made some key mistakes. They've got the ball and a chance to win the game, and they've been finding ways to win games that are just like this one all year long.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, you find out what your team's made of. We've said that all season that we've said it's not the state championship team, but what are you good at? What can you dominate at to finish out a game and possibly win on this drive?
Mike's on point. 5:17 and counting down. Potosi 26, Central 21. Toomey the running back. Jones the quarterback. Foster in motion. He'll lead him through the hole on the right side. Jones slamming along the right hash mark. A late flag here. Jones close to first down yardage there. Needed short 8, long 7. Maybe it was a yard short, but we'll see if the penalty aids Central here. And they say
it's a sideline warning, but it's a warning. I think it went against Potosi possibly.
Okay.
But it's only a warning. They throw the flag just to indicate we are going to give you your warning on this. Next one is a 15-yarder.
Jones already with 2 touchdowns running, just topped 100 yards rushing. He's at 101. And it's a 3rd and 1. And Jones will keep it again. And Potosi fills the gaps, and they get help. But it's not enough to keep him from a first down on a gain of 2. 103 for Jackson Jones. And the clock goes tick, tick, tick at 4:47.
And with this style of offense, as long as you continue to move the ball forward, you're fine with the time on the clock. If you get any negative plays or penalties to set you back with that clock running, you're going to have to start putting the ball in the air a little bit.
And Central's, I think their most impressive drive is what they mix the pass on the run pretty effectively.
Yeah, it's kind of gotten lopsided. This series we're going to throw, this series we're going to run, and they just need to find that mesh. But I'm telling you, at some point in this drive, Foster may be the game changer touching the ball.
So it's going to be a reverse right here, and it is Foster on the reverse, and he gets to the middle of the field, and he gains 4 yards. A couple of carries for Foster, 14 yards. It seems like when Central gets in need to mode, though, it is Jackson. It is just kind of Jackson Jones.
You kind of have to depend on the secret weapon that's been your secret weapon from day one, and it's no longer a secret. Jackson Jones is this offense.
Public weapon.
Public weapon. That's a good way to put it.
Central jumps. We've seen quite a few flags tonight. 9 penalties for Central for 65 yards. None more costly than the, what was it called? Aiding the runner.
Aiding the
penalty
runner.
We saw. 8 penalties against Potosi for 75 yards tonight. So 140 yards in penalties tonight.
And being week 6, that is quite a bit. That's a little bit more than normal.
2nd and 10 for Central. 3:35 remaining in the 4th. Here's Jones with no running backs beside him, but they'll run some motion to get him a lead blocker. Rolls to the right side, goes off tackle right side. He's got an avenue along the outside, puts his head down at the 42, and another gain of 8 for Jackson Jones. I'm trying to think, and I really don't know who the clock benefits right now. I guess it benefits Central if they score, but it benefits Potosi if they don't. So it's just all about hats on hats right now.
I think it is, but I really think watching how Jackson Jones hit the ground there and laid on the sideline for a minute, somebody else has got to touch the ball here. This would probably be a good time to get Black an inside zone run or maybe get Foster in motion.
Jones wants to pass the ball this time. Fires it out on the hitch route. And a tremendous catch that time by his tight end, Nick Fowler, he's been in sync with all night long on a gain of 8. The defense was right there, but he just snuck it in. Fowler's got 6 catches tonight for 63 yards. And Central has half the field to navigate, and they've got 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter. Potosi leads by 5, 26-21.
We all know that it could go one play to get to the house, but you got to start being cognizant of the snaps.
Jones rolling to his right side, looks down the field, and this has a chance to be picked off. Lamming reaches up with one hand. Does he haul it in? He did! He caught it with one hand!
Oh, my.
An incredible catch by Tom Lamming, his 2nd pick of the night. That happened right in front of our Mike Reeves down there. Mike, this Thomas Lamming has shown something tonight.
Things I like about that. Number one's the remarkable catch that you described. Okay. Beyond that was how he played it to get to the spot to make the remarkable catch. He defended that perfectly. Even if he doesn't make the catch, he defended it so very well. Guys, he was in position that at the worst he knocks that pass down. At best, he makes a spectacular interception. What a play.
Play by Thomas Lamming. Timeout on the field. We'll step aside with him. 2:52 remaining in the 4th. Potosi with the ball in the lead. 26-21 here at Park Hill Central. We're back after this on Parkland Sports Live.
The Department of Mental Health for the state of Missouri is seeking an advanced practice nurse to fill a position on their East-Southeast Regional Forensics mobile team. This position includes daytime travel, a flexible work schedule with remote work options available, at a salary of $130,000 annually and tremendous benefits. This opening will not last long. To apply for the advanced practice nurse position or any other with the Department of Mental Health, please call 573-218-6800 or go to dmh.mo.gov. The state of Missouri is an equal opportunity employer. We celebrate diversity and are committed to creating an inclusive environment for all employees.
An amazing interception by Thomas Lamming for Potosi, his 2nd of the night. And Potosi has the ball back now on their own 17-yard line and a 5-point lead, 26-21, 2:52 remaining in regulation. The quarterback, David Miller, has 2 running backs behind him. He barks it out. He hands it off. This is Clayton Richards. Right side, nothing there. Jake, now you're counting first downs. This drive is about Cole Juliet, Jordan Sparks, Ian Eaton, Colton Ferris, and Mike Shavosky. If Potosi can get 2 first downs, they're in business.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, Central has all 3 timeouts left. You still have time on the clock at 2:30 left. You've got to make sure that you can get at least 1 first down. So let's say that you get in a situation where you can't preserve the clock and run it out. You've got to make sure you leave absolutely minimal time, maybe 1 play at most, to play 1 round of defense here.
2nd and 10 for Potosi. If you're Corey Schweitzer, are you starting to call the timeouts after this play?
Yeah, you have to wait and see what this 2nd down play is, but then you got to use your timeouts here.
Miller back at the gun, the freshman quarterback. Gives it off once again to the same running back. A little bit more room, but not much for Clayton Richards. He has only 2 yards. And now a timeout. So Richards has his 4th carry. He's got only 15 yards. Jake, even if you have a senior quarterback, do you dare pass the ball in this situation? I mean, it's a passing down. It's 3rd and 8.
Yeah.
But if you run it, you force the clock to move. You force Central to take another timeout. It's a tough. This is why the coaches get the big bucks. I guess.
And this is also why sometimes your Monday morning coaches, are telling you what you should have done, could have done. This exact situation, this comes down to how much do you trust that 1 play you've worked on, knowing that you need 1 first down. I know it's a 3rd and 8. I know you're deep in your own territory. Do you have 1 play you trust that you have not ran tonight that you know will be that little staple to say, we've executed this in practice. We know what we're doing. It's not drawing in the dirt. If it's me, I understand running the clock, making them burn another timeout. But at the same point, you're talking about a matter of seconds right now. 2-3 seconds between whether you throw it and it's incomplete or you run it and they call a timeout. I would say, knowing Dylan Wyrick and some of the stuff he's pulled out of his hat, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something fishy going on here.
1:59 remaining. This is a 3rd and 8. You've got the freshman quarterback, David Miller. He's got a capable arm, and he's got a few good wide receivers that he can throw the ball to. It's a long count. The ball hits the turf. He hands it off. They run a reverse to Lamming. Lamming trying to get around that right edge, and he's buried for a 2-yard loss. They kind of split the difference there a little bit, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, having 2 different handoffs there, you probably wasted about an extra 7 seconds of clock. But at the same point, the way David had to go down for a low snap and he came up, I initially thought he was going to pull back and throw a route. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I really, it's one of those you call it, you think they're going to do it, and you're like, oh, why are you doing that right as you say it? But at the same point, now comes time for Potosi. Make sure you have a good snap. Make sure you get this punt off. Ren Mapes, a little bit of pressure on the freshman punter right now. Just calm his mind, try to get the ball downfield, but then contain Foster.
I know Mike likes to talk strategy in football. Mike, we've seen a couple of different strategies by the Potosi punt team. One was to kick it to Karras Foster. That didn't work so well. The other was to kick it away from Karras Foster. That didn't work so well either.
I think if you've got a punter that you trust to directionally punt, I don't think you can put it where Foster can get hands on it. I think you've got to do whatever your option is that doesn't involve him getting it. But not all high school kids have that ability to directionally punt where you want them to.
So here's Ren Mapes, and it's a good snap. And Mapes does kick it away from Foster. They go that route, but once again, they surrender tremendous field position to Central. That's a tough choice. You put it in the hands of your defense now, though, with 1:42 remaining, but Central doesn't have very far to go. They need only 38 yards to take the lead.
No, but we watched them on the last series. They had the 4-minute offense where they they need to score, but they get to waste the clock. And it took them, well over 2 minutes just to move it 30 yards. So, you're in a situation now where you've got to make sure every play you call is going productive into the positive yardage.
Jackson Jones deploys 3 wides to the left. He has 1 man off to the right side. He's got Toomey beside him as the running back. Jones wants to throw it. He's looking down the field. Pocket starts to collapse. He throws this one down the left sideline. It's defensed and slapped away. The pass down that left sideline intended for Barrett Henson. And we saw Blaine Maxwell go up and slap that one away. I've been pretty impressed by some of the plays made by these defensive backs. Tom Lamming, I think we've got a little note from Mike Reeves. Tom Lamming set himself up for our Mineral Area College and Mac Tech player of the game. He's really had a nice game.
He has, and he hasn't been caught out of position. That's the most important thing. Everything he's done, he's been matched up with Foster a lot tonight, and everywhere he has been attached to Foster's hip.
Trips to the left. You've got Black, Henson, and Holsey over there. One man off to the right. Jackson Jones keeps it, spins it, breaks it, powers it, and gets down to the 32. What a tough run.
If you're Central here, you got to up your tempo just a little bit. You need to go your NASCAR pace. I know there's 1:20 left here, but you got to get in and out if you're going to shift guys on and off the field here.
It's a third and a long 3 or a short 4. Take your pick. Line of scrimmage is a Central 32-yard line. Quick pass, left side. In and out of the hands of the intended target, Nick Fowler. The defensive back, Jake, was making a break to make a tackle. If his break is just a little bit later on that, he might pick it off on the deflection.
You bet. That was going both ways. Both ways. If he's there just a fuzz sooner, he may pick it off. If he's there even just a tad later, he almost would have had an unsportsmanlike penalty for a late hit on a defenseless receiver.
But it might come down to this.
This is it. I mean, this is it. 4th and long 3.
66 seconds left. 4th down pickup. Out route, left side. Complete. Move the sticks. When they had to have it, they got it. Jackson Jones on the money to Nick Fowler for 6.
But what a play by Thomas Lammy. He closed quick. That was one of those hits simultaneously where he could have jarred the ball out. Great defensive play to keep him from getting bonus yardage.
Under a minute to play. Central at the Potosi 25-yard line. Jackson Jones back in the gun, rolling to the right side. Looking down the field, out route, one-hand try. Is it a one-hand grab? It is. An amazing catch by Karis Foster. It wasn't for very many yards, but it was an exceptional athletic play as they gained just a pair. Key was he got out of bounds.
Yeah, that's the most important part and some of the plays they've called, I mean, they've been towards the sideline, but they haven't got out. You know, the first down moved the sticks, took some time to reset the chains. But right now you're at 45 seconds left, and you're still 20-plus yards out of the end zone.
Trips to the left side. You've got Henson, Fowler, Black all over there. Karis Foster off to the right side. Jackson Jones resets Toomey on his right side. Barks it out, gets the snap, running up the middle, over to the right side. He's got some room to the 15. He's got some room to the 10. He's out of bounds at the 5-yard line. 1st and goal, Central. 38 seconds remaining.
First and goal.
133 yards rushing for Jackson Jones. 1st and goal for Central. A timeout on the field. Let's keep it right here, guys. What'd you say, Mike Reeves? It's Groundhog Day for Central. Same thing we've seen all year.
There just seems to be something about their ability to find a way regardless how it goes. They've got 5 yards left to do that right now, but I promise you they're confident they will. I promise you they believe that they're going to, because they've been like, we've been in these spots all year long. Game could go either way, it goes our way. They believe they're going to do it. Potosi's defense has been really good at times, guys. They've done some good things, but if you've got the ball at the 5 with options to run the way Central has the options, you got to like the spot they're in right now.
Jake, I don't think this is going anywhere but Jackson Jones.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to keep it in his hands. You got one timeout left. You've got 38 seconds. Your playbook's still open here. Until you burn that timeout, the one thing I would say is I wouldn't be surprised if you get some type of weak side run here towards the short side of the field. But, you see powerhouse football. Everybody is within about a 12-yard span of each other.
So Jackson Jones has the full line with tight ends and extra blockers. He's got it at the 5. He's slamming his way inside of the 5. He's met in the hole, and he gains 1 yard. And Corey Schweiss is forced to now take his final timeout. So it'll be a 2nd and goal, Jake, at the 4-yard line, or maybe just inside of the 4. Mike, is the nose of the football near the 3 down there now?
It is sitting right on the 3-yard line. I mean, it couldn't be sitting more on it. The nose is on the 3. Now, with no timeouts, Jake Whitener, you run it. You go ahead and run it with your best running back, which is your quarterback. And if he doesn't get in, you've got something you can rush to the line and still get a playoff? Or do you feel compelled that you have to throw now?
I mean, you got 32 seconds. You've got at least 2 plays here. You've got a situation where I think you may put this in Foster's hand going wide. I think you maybe bury him into the boundary. Here's the slot. You send him in motion because everybody is buried within the 12 to 17 yards of each other. I wouldn't be surprised if this is an outside run with the fastest guy you got on the field.
32 seconds remaining in regulation, 26-21. Potosi trying to hang on here. The Central Rebels trying to extend their great streak of 6 in a row over Potosi and trying to prove once again that they are the clutch team in high school football. They've already won a double overtime game. They've already won a triple overtime game. Jackson Jones running to the outside, cuts back, hit at the 2, inside the 2. 3rd and goal coming up. The clock is moving. 23, 22, 21, 20. Central gets set. No timeouts left. Jackson Jones under center. Hits the middle of the line, behind his right tackle. He gets into the end zone with 11 seconds left. And the Central Rebels lead 27-26. And they do it all over again.
I mean, what poise, though. You're out of timeouts to get them back on the line, to be able to run another play, not put yourself in a situation where you have to spike it, and then come back on 4th down with 4th and goal from the 4-yard line.
The Rebels will go for 2 to try to make this a 3-point game. And they'll hand it off to August Black, who's wrapped up and dumped. 11 seconds remaining in the 4th. 27-26. Central leads by 1.
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you between you and Mike and all these conversations. There's no way that this is going into overtime. Mathematically speaking, there is no possible scenario unless there's some type of safety and field goal in the next 11 seconds that we see overtime out of Central Rebels this week.
Well, Mike, you saw the power play right there. When Central absolutely has to have something, it's power football with Jackson Jones.
And I believe that they feel confident in that when they have to go to it. I think the question we're all going to have as we move forward, though, is what kind of toll is it taking that he has to do it time after time. Guys, there's times down here tonight, I mean, you can see it physically. I don't think it's emotion. I don't think it's his head in the game, but he is getting beat up a lot, but he's finding a way. And on that last play, the guys up front did a great job. They sealed it inside just enough he could step to the right and just walk it in. Didn't have to power it in. But I guess you can get to the point of saying, in a season like this, it's Central being Central. It's a tight game. It's a close game. It's a one-score game. And when it's all said and done, it looks like they're going to walk out with a W again.
Nick Fowler kick it off. Jake, would you rather try to return it for a touchdown, or would you rather try to run an offensive play? What do you prefer?
It depends on what you're going to get. I mean, if you have a return, most teams have one return that they know that they can set up, but most times you get a squib out of the situation.
All right, so it is scooped up and returned just a few yards by Braxton Boyer.
Well, I mean, you have 9 seconds here, Chad. You got
58 yards.
You got 58 yards. I mean, this is the philosophy of you have
and one timeout.
So you can hit a quick slant, a skinny post very quickly, get your timeout, or you can hit an outside out route very quickly and preserve the clock here. Regardless, you got 2 plays as long as you don't take a sack here and have to burn your timeout.
It just all has to go right.
Yeah, all has to go right. But you can probably be willing to bet P.J. Jones is going to bring one of these linebackers maybe off the edge. He may be contested with just sending his 4 and be content with that.
David Miller, the quarterback, he's got a couple of good wide receivers out there with Thomas Lamming and Blaine Waxwell, who have caught some terrific grabs tonight. He rolls to the right side, holds, fires, incomplete. And barring a defensive penalty, we're down to our final play.
And he has a strong arm. David Miller has an arm. We've seen he can go 50 yards with the ball in the air, but it's 58. It's got to be 58 because you can be willing to bet probably a nickel package here, drop some safeties deep on the field to where nothing gets behind you.
Or you hit the crossing route and then you start the weave,
you know,
right?
You never know. I mean, anymore, that seems to be more of a growing trend of popularity. Last play of the game, you just lateral. But at the same point, high school, the success rate's very minimal with the skill level between those D1 athletes you see do on Saturdays.
27-26, Central by a point. They scored with 11 seconds left. And now that we have a timeout, Jake, let's break down that touchdown drive by Central. It was set up by a good defensive stop and an angled punt because they didn't want Karis Foster returning it, and that gave Central a short field.
It did, and it was 1 minute and 33 seconds. Again, we're getting under these 2-minute drives here. But, you know, it was one that was capped off by what we knew was going to be the Jackson Jones show. It went a total of 38 yards into the end zone on 7 plays. They knew they needed to get it quick to manage that clock. They did a great job of clock management, but now you got to play defense. One more play.
So Coach Dylan Wyrick trying to come up with that perfect play.
And it's tough. I mean, you're missing your best weapon, but you've played a great game without your starting running back. I mean, you've seen a lot of poise out of this David Miller freshman. You've seen some great tenacity and grit off the rest of your team.
Central with 7 players back in zone coverage, and they'll rush 4. Miller in the pocket, rolls to his left, fires it short. It's intercepted. It's intercepted by Central. And Max Woods is running it back and will get into the end zone on the final play of the game. Central scores a touchdown from 55 yards out from Max Woods, and this score will not really be reflective of exactly how this game was played. But Jake, on the final play of each half, we had an 87-yard blocked field goal returned for a touchdown to close the first half, and we've got a pick 6 from 55 yards out to close regulation.
You know, I guess it's one of the philosophies as a coach is you can never stop playing until the whistle's blown. Great effort by Potosi tonight. I mean, at times it looked like they had this game. Things were in their favor. But at the same point, you know, wait to finish until you hear that whistle out of the Central Rebels tonight.
Central going to finish this thing off with the extra point. We'll try to hear from both of the head coaches at the end of this one with Mike Reeves down on the field. And the Rebels just trying to add on that cosmetic extra point, and they do so. 34-26. Central wins it. Potosi does everything but.
And that's the toughest part is you can't go one way or the other and say this was the outcome, that was the outcome. It all meshed together like supposed to. The penalties were a hurting factor for both teams tonight. At one point, you said we were over 140 yards on penalties, which for week 6, I mean, it's pretty sloppy play, but given the fact of what both teams are going through, injuries, kind of banged up right now, I mean, great outcome. And again, Central finds a way in the last seconds to come out with another win.
Well, we'll have a little post-game for you coming up to wrap it up on Parkland Sports Live. Our final score, Central 34, Potosi 26. Let's step aside. We'll come back with the numbers, try to get some thoughts from the coaches on our post-game coming up next.
Ready to roll up your sleeves and dive into a hands-on career? Mineral Area College is ready for you. Their Mac Tech industry and technology programs are all about getting to work and making things happen. Whether you thrive on fixing, building, or just plain problem solving, they've got a pathway for you. Welding, HVAC, auto tech, construction, and more. You'll gain the practical skills and real-world experience needed to thrive in today's job market. Take the first step to a fulfilling career in a Mac Tech program. Apply today at mineralarea.edu.
The Department of Mental Health for the state of Missouri is seeking an advanced practice nurse to fill a position on their East-Southeast Regional Forensics mobile team. This position includes daytime travel, a flexible work schedule with remote work options available, at a salary of $130,000 annually, and tremendous benefits. This opening will not last long. To apply for the advanced practice nurse position or any other with the Department of Mental Health, please call 573-218-6800 or go to dmh.mo.gov. The state of Missouri is an equal opportunity employer. We celebrate diversity and are committed to creating an inclusive environment for all employees.
With UCheese Rewards and your Ozarks Federal Debit MasterCard, you can earn points with every swipe of your card. Redeem your points for cash or something from a vast online catalog. Visit ucheeserewards.com to register. Ozarks Federal, member FDIC.
We welcome you back for our post-game show. We'll be looking out for our Mineral Area College and Mac Tech player of the game. Ready to roll up your sleeves and dive into a hands-on career. Mineral Area College ready for you. Their Mac Tech industry and technology program's all about getting to work and making things happen. Welding, HVAC, auto tech, construction, and more. Take the first step to a fulfilling career in a Mac Tech program. Apply today at mineralarea.edu. Our final score tonight, 34-26. Central wins it. Yeah, final score was 8. They didn't really win it by 8. 27-26 until that final pick six on the final play of the game. Let's take a look at the numbers now. 245 total yards for Potosi. Central goes for 294. And when it's all said and done, it's Jackson Jones again. 137 on the ground, 129 in the air. He ran for 3 scores. David Miller impressed me as a freshman quarterback. He completed 10 passes out of 14 tries for 132. And Miller also running for 64 yards, including a 47-yard touchdown run. Carter Paya had 10 carries for 26 yards. Clayton Richards had 4 carries for 15 yards. I really like what some of the wide receivers did. Lamming just caught 1 ball, well, from his quarterback.
Correct.
Hit for 14 yards. He caught 2 from the other side. And then Maxwell caught a couple of balls. Blaine Maxwell caught 4 balls tonight, in fact, for 100 yards. Wow. That 56-yarder and then the 22-yard touchdown grab was just sensational. And this one had some twists and turns along the way, Mr. Widener.
It did. I mean, this was a game. Every time we've seen Central this year, we went to a double overtime at Fredericktown. This one, obviously, by score makeup, we weren't going to see an overtime game regardless. But down to the wire, at one point, it's a 2-score game in Potosi's favor, which is banged up, missing their best running back. Freshman quarterback. So when you hear those stats, number 1 running back's out, freshman quarterback's playing, you're thinking to yourself, man, this may go in our favor for Central, maybe in a favor of being quicker than what we normally are. But at the same point, tip your cap to Potosi and Dylan Wyrick and what he was able to produce against a very potent Central team.
Without his best player. For Potosi tonight, they were without the services of Noah Walton. Tremendous player, rushing for 101 yards per game. Let's go down to the field, and Mike, we're going to go with Fowler as our player of the game. 7 catches for 69 yards for Fowler tonight. And so we'll go with Fowler. He was kind of the extra guy. He had Jackson Jones, he's Mr. Everything, but we'll go with Fowler as our player of the game, and we'll head to the field with Mike Reeves and Coach Weiss.
Another day at the office, is that what that was? I mean, what do you describe? A whole lot happened in the game. We can't recap all of it, but you found a way to win another football game. And, Corey, when it comes down to the bottom line, that's got to mean something, that you're finding ways to win games that can go either way.
Yeah, I really honestly don't know what to say. Like, we've had so many really, really good football teams over the past decade, 15 years, and I don't know if any of them had to fight like we've had to fight this year to win football games. It's crazy. I mean, we're 3-0 in the conference, and all 3 of those games we probably shouldn't have won. And our kids found a way to win them. And I guess that's from this year, the 2024 Rebels, that's all I can ask. And, they do fight. They do fight. I give them that. I understand what we are. And at the end of the day, they're 5-1. I don't know how we're 5-1, but we are. And, we'll live for another week.
Is there anything to be said for some of the guys that knowing how to win? Just, we're expected to win. We'll have to find a way to do it. And, Coach, you found so many different ways, whether it be triple overtime, double overtime, or a game like tonight. Is there anything to be said for, there's a mentality that we win?
Well, you can tell 49. I mean, he was a big part of those last 2 or 3 years that probably could have won state or did win state. Man, he's willed us a lot of it. Our younger guys are trying to follow him. That's all they can do. Hayden Carver is a big part of that, and obviously we ran behind him at the end of that game. And there's a lot to tradition. There's a lot to winning. I was a part of that when I played in high school, and there were games that we won that we had no business winning, even back then. And a lot of it is in your head. You just expect to win, like you think you're going to win. And our kids are there, I think, and it's even the kids that really weren't a part of those last few years. They just expect to win football games, and so when we've had these games like this, they've just found ways to win. Like I said, I don't know how. It's just I can't tell you how many times in the last our 3 conference games I was on the sideline thinking, I don't know how we're going to win this game, and we've won them all. So I don't know. I think God's on our side a little bit too. We talk about that a lot. We'll just see how the rest of the season goes, but we are what we are.
In terms of Jackson, is he? I'll say, is he okay physically? I know he's banged up because of the way he plays. He just plays that way. But I looked at him at times tonight, and I thought it's a bit of a struggle. He's going to play through it. We know that. Is he generally okay?
Yeah. I've got him as a cadet teacher. He comes to my room every day. He's in good spirits. He's good to go. He's just a great kid, laughing all the time. I don't want him to have to take the hits that he's taken in our 3 conference games. But, for these kids, the conference games mean more. I tried to take it easy on him in St. Dominic, and you kind of see what happened. So you kind of got to pick your games, I think. The winnable games, you think you got a chance, you're going to probably use him more. We'll see. I don't want to say we're not going to use him next week because he's not going to want to hear that, but there's just certain games that we're going to have to keep him fresher going down the stretch run. So, things may be a little different the next 2-3 weeks because I think hopefully this sealed up a 2 seed at least for us. And, we get to play Dexter with a chance at a 1 seed, and that'll be an important game for us. So I'm not saying next week's not important. Obviously it's Valley. We know all that stuff, but as a coach, I kind of know what we are, and we're going to play for weeks 10, 11, and 12, whatever that may be.
2 more for you. We'll let you go. One on the defense tonight, second half particularly. You shut down their run game completely. They had no run game in the second half. Just what did you see from your defense?
Well, defensively, I thought that was the best we played all year in the second half. Now, I know their center went down, and that was a big blow to them. They're like us and all these other teams. They get an injury, and the depth, I'm not taking anything away from the kid to come in, but depth is an issue for a lot of us. And, you can tell when 1 or 2 guys get banged up and they go out, there's a little bit of a drop-off. And, plus, we changed things schematically at halftime, which helped us, obviously. But I felt like it looked like we played a lot harder and we tackled better and did all the things to be a better defensive team. Like I said, I thought it was the best we played all year defensively.
Going back to the end of the first half, no way we can analyze it as you walked off. So I did talk to the Whitecap. I did talk to the officials. And one of the explanations I was given is arms were extended when they pushed him in with the assistance with the runner. So that's why the call's made. Did you get that explanation? Are you satisfied with it? Or is this a confusing rule for both coaches and officials maybe?
It's not a confusing rule. It's confusing because it's officiated differently every week. You know what I mean? It's like they need to get it consistent because we've been doing it for 4 weeks. I've talked to the head guy and he said that you can do it. So obviously there's a disconnect in the communication, and that's what I was saying. I wasn't mad at them. I'm just mad at the fact that we're in week 5 or week 6, whatever week we're in, week 6, and we've been doing it all year, and not once have we been told we can't. I've even asked other officials, and they said it's fine. So it's just the lack of communication on their part. And it ended up being a big play, so the emotion was into it. Obviously, if it's one of those things that, it's not a 13-point swing, it's probably not going to be that emotional. But obviously, with it being, a 13-point swing in a close game, and we've done it for 6 weeks, obviously that's why I was emotional about it. But, the crew did a great job. That's a really good crew. It's one of the best crews we've had, so I was pleased with them.
Always a pleasure. See you soon.
All right, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Guys, get it back up to you.
Thanks to Corey Schweiss and thanks to Mike Reeves down on the field. And Jake, to me, the most poignant thing, Coach Schweiss says we're 3-0 in the conference. I don't know how we're 3-0 in the conference, but we're 3-0 in the conference. This is how. Double overtime against Fredericktown, 42-34. Triple overtime against St. Genevieve, 40-34. And they score with 11 seconds left tonight. Every game is different. Every season is different. Never seen a season quite like this one.
No, I mean, when's the last time you saw a team that goes 3-0 in conference and they almost played, a combined 4 games, 5 games?
3 plays go differently.
Yeah.
3 plays, they're 0-3.
Yeah. I mean, when's the last time that Corey Schweiss had to consider that? And as he said, we are who we are. And the one thing that gets me, obviously, being the guy that I am and my values and morals was, I think it's got a little bit to do with God on our side, But at the same point, you got the football gods who sometimes give you a break here and there. But, yeah, I mean, tremendous job by Central to be able to have the poise with these guys.
Let's go back down on the field now, and I think Mike has rounded up Dylan Wyrick, whose team, a tip of the cap down there to the Potosi Trojans from us.
I think a tip of the cap is in order. And, Coach, I know coaches don't play for moral victories, and I know you don't play and walk off a field saying, yeah, we lost, we'd be happy about it. But you did a lot of things tonight that I think are worthy of some accolades. What'd you see from your group? And I know it was disheartening, but that was a hard-fought game.
It was really good to see our kids just fight for 4 quarters and not give up and, make some big plays in really big situations. And, hats off Central Rebels, though. These guys, they've had some really tough games, some really tight games down the stretch here, and they've always come out on top. And that says a lot about, the way they're coached and the way they carry themselves.
In terms of guts, effort, all that, how can you kind of get it across to your group? I know we lost the game, but if that kind of effort is there all the time, you'll come out on top more often than not. Can they understand that as young men?
I think they will. They just got to shake this one off, go home and rest, and make good decisions, and come back in Sunday afternoon to watch some film and get ready to play next week and continue to build on what we did tonight.
Was there anything particular that stood out on the positive side of things tonight that you go, I'm most happy with these 1 or 2 things?
Well, I think defensively I felt like we played outstanding. It's tough to stop that offense for a full game like that. Jackson Jones just has a motor and it never quits, and it seems like sometimes he's slow to get up, but then he just keeps coming back and keeps on carrying his team and doing good things. And Karis Foster is a really tough guy to tackle. I feel like their offensive line and defensive line, they held up throughout the game. So but our kids offensively, I was really pleased with how we ran the ball in the first half. PJ made some adjustments in the second half. We struggled, and they kind of took the run game away, which PJ Jones is a good defensive coordinator. So, but I was really pleased with our quarterback, number 20, Maxwell. I felt like they both had a really good game. Davey really came out of his shell, ran the ball well, and threw the ball well.
Anything that stands out that you're like, we got to be better at that area?
Yeah, still mistakes, costly mistakes in big-time situations. We had opportunities to make plays. We dropped some passes tonight we probably should have caught. But other than that, I mean, there's not a whole lot I can say about that one other than I'm really proud of our kids and that, I have a lot of respect for the Central Rebels.
Wrap it up with this. Districts are going to come up really soon. You guys got to stay day to day. We look ahead. My goodness. I mean, it's wide open. Everybody that we're seeing is equal. Can you look at that a little bit and go, I don't care what the record is right now. We're going to have a chance at district time.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to who's healthy at the end of the season and who's still having fun with football and what kids still want to keep playing.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate your coverage.
Guys, Dylan Wyrick, let's right back to you.
Great stuff. Nice work on the field, Mike. And you take a look at this district, Class 3, District 1, Jake, and Dexter's on top. Yeah, Central's going to stay right there, barely again. St. Genevieve, Fredericktown, Potosi, Hercules, Kennett. This could be as competitive and close a district as any in the state, I think.
And I think what Coach Schweiss said summed it up. They know who Valley is next week. Yeah. They know who they are. Jackson Jones needs to be healthy if they want to see that number 1 seed, because if you fast forward 2 weeks, it's Dexter, and that's kind of where they have to sit. You're sandwiched between Valley, Dexter, Farmington. That's the rest of your season for regular season. So if you want to see that number 1 seed, you have to play for Week 10. I'm not going to say you're wanting to ever see anything change as far as the momentum maybe that you're bringing in from a win like this, but you also have to see the health for the playoffs.
Potosi comes in to tonight's ball game, Jake, after getting shut out at Fredericktown. They lose that 12-0, and they are forced to play without their main guy, Noah Walton, who's a stalwart on both sides of the ball, rushes for 100 yards per ball game. And after that shutout, they come and they score 26 on Central. So, sometimes you lose and you're still able to take a step forward.
I think if you're Coach Wyrick and you see what you were able to do, even though you don't have Noah in your backfield, and you see the poise of what your freshman quarterback was able to do, and maybe you found those extra runners that you were kind of waiting on, because in the first half, I mean, they were doing a great job rushing the ball from the Potosi Trojan backfield. And as Coach Schweiss also said, you lose that starting center for Potosi, kind of changed the outcome of the way they were able to rush. There are moral victories in a loss like this. It's hard to swallow if you're Dylan Wyrick, but there are plenty of things that you did right, some things you need to clean up, penalties, a few mistakes. But at the same point, there are some victories for him to take forward and continue to try to build this program for the longevity of how long ever Noah Walton's going to be out.
Future seems bright under center with David Miller. Blaine Maxwell was terrific tonight with a couple of great grabs. Thomas Laming, a couple of sensational interceptions that just about carried Potosi to victory tonight. 34-26, the final score. Central wins it with a touchdown with 11 seconds left. Our homecoming run continues as we will be broadcasting at North County next week when Windsor comes to town to Bonne Terre, and then we'll wrap it up with Festus and Farmington, a terrific Week 8 matchup, and then we will conclude it right back here in Park Hills. Farmington and Central, what a great way to conclude our first year of coverage on Parkland Sports Live. A great game tonight.